Hello, hello, everybody. Just waiting on the actual server to to pop up here, but I wanted to make sure that we had the usual concerns that the number one that the stream was working. It is excellent quality connection, solid work there, and of course that the audio is coming through nice and crisp for you. If there is any issues with the audio or the video, please let me know. The video might be a little bit shaky right now because normally I have to disable the preview window in my OBS to get the smoothness. And at the moment that is not the case because I do want to see where the where I have the ERA and the banner there actually appearing. Because it's been a while since actually I've never used this banner before. This is new. And as a result, there may be some amendments, adjustments to be had. I'm not sure if this is the server or not. This is the one problem here. Are we using this server? Is this the server? I don't know. Let me have a look at Discord real quick. Ideally, we would have a server name today. I don't like how it's a BOP server right now. There's also only 10 cars in there. That also has me a little bit concerned that it's the right one. But then again, I having never done this endurance racing with the Evolution guys before, maybe it's just a really small field. I don't know. That is always the question. But we'll be doing 6 hours of Silverstone today. I have my 2 liters of peach drink to hopefully keep me hydrated and lubricated. Otherwise, my voice will be completely gone by the time we're done. And hopefully it's a good race. Hopefully we see a really solid performance. And I'm looking forward to it. Okay, this server is getting larger. Okay. I'm going to assume it is the server I'm supposed to go to until I am told otherwise.
Green light. Go, go, go.
And the other thing I do need to do is head on over to the ACC race control and get that all propped up and ready. Hopefully that doesn't fail me today. It has failed me the last 2 sprint streams. So cross your fingers, cross your toes, and hope for the best. Please, thank you. All right. Let's just get a look at the broadcast camera here from Helicam. Looking pretty good. Hang on, let me just do a little bit of a reposition here for some of the logo stuff. That I think will do nicely. Okay, we'll turn the preview off for now. Nothing happening on the server, so nothing really to talk about. This is not my usual server, so obviously I don't know the permutations of the championship quite as well as I would with the usual server. Oh, that is the wrong web browser. Close that, please. But I do have the standings up here. In first place coming into today, it is the LNR Bouncy Boys in Nissan Nismo, who have a pair of second places by the looks of it. Then it is Reptile Racing. ERA Racing Team dash Lambo Maniacs is third with Lamborghini, obviously. And rounding off the top 10, we have Skidmark Racing in the BMW. ERA Highway Patrol in the BMW. Another Nissan of Schizophreniacs is in 6th place. And then it is the Griffin Sim Racing Team 5, 4, and 2. Ferrari, Bentley, Ferrari. They are 7th, 8th, and 9th. And then rounding off the top 10, it is the Please Brake Turn 1 team, which is running a Ferrari 298. So, to rest assured with RC in the chat, we do have a fair supply of Nissans, by the looks of it. And my question is, who are the Audis? Who are the Audis getting my love? And are there any? Doesn't look like there are any, which is that's a little bit shameful. Not the largest selection of cars out here. Bentley, we do have a Porsche. I do see a McLaren 720. I do see an Aston Martin Vantage. Antonia Gamble, welcome to the chat. There's a Merc in the field. Let's see. Oh, there is a Honda. Brave move. I appreciate that. Ford Mustang. Surprised we don't see more of those, to be honest. So a couple of Mustangs. But yeah, no Audis for me to cheer for, which is highly disappointing. Highly disappointing. Those who do not know, I am an Audi fanboy, and the way to get me to cheer for you is 100% to run an Audi. It is 100% something you should do if you want my love and affection in the commentary booth. That and the Lexus. That and anyone that's running like a car that's just odd for the field. Like if someone were to run, like I don't like the Jaguar, but if someone were to run a Jaguar, that'd be pretty sweet. But yeah, I don't see any Audis in the field. A lot of Ferraris, couple of Nissans, couple of BMWs. Looks like there's a Lamborghini. Oh, 2 Lamborghinis on the standings page. Pair of Mustangs, couple of Porsches. And there's a couple of McLarens. A single Honda, a single Merc. A couple Aston Martins, I probably said that already. We are just chilling and waiting here at the moment for people to join up. See who do I recognize in the field? Who's my usual crew? Not a lot, honestly. A lot of guys I do not know. I mean, I know of, but I don't really know. There's a couple of exceptions: Thomas Hagen, Cedric Muir, Shannon Mursanu. I've done a full season of their racing before. Obviously, I talked with a couple of the admins, so there's that. I've seen Ulrich de Jaeger before. He raced one race really solidly in Server 2, and then I think got immediately promoted. So, first time I've seen him since then. Minutes left in free practice. I'm hoping there's going to be more than 19 cars. I'm hoping. But I do not know. Let's see. Looks like there was 31 last race. So hopefully a few more pop in. Hopefully we at least get in like the 20s. That would be okay. Oh, somebody is heading out on track. So let's hop in with that. This is the Lamborghini of Blake Moore, the 612 car. Also co-driven by F. Volker. I do not know Volker's first name. But Blakemore taking a run out here. I like that livery. That's pretty nice, actually. Very, very basic, but very, very eye-catching at the same time. Sometimes minimalist works. Sometimes a livery can just be too crowded and not necessarily catch the eye. Sometimes. And sometimes minimalistic also looks boring. So like it's a bit of a crapshoot as to like the rules of what makes a good livery, honestly. But this one looks pretty nice. Let's see, where is this car ranking in the standings right now? 612, 612, 612. 612. Pretty low down. In fact, I don't see the 612 anywhere on the standings. This may be a debuting car. At least for the championship. Florian Volker, thank you. Oh no, there it is. I see it. It is its debut, actually. It does have 0 points and dashes, which I assume means missed the previous 2 events, but ranks 43rd at the moment. It is the only car on track, so you get all of the love. Where's the championship leading car? Are they here? That would be this one here. Christoph Peterson in the Nissan. Logistical Nightmare Racing. The LLNR Bouncy Boys. Leading the championship with a pair of second places to their name. At the first event of the season, it was the Please Break T1 team, the number 5 car, that took the victory. And at the second one, it was the number 1111 car, one solo team, which took the victory. Which is not here today by the looks of it. And I also don't see the number 5 car. So, if that holds true, we will have a new winner in the field. Florian Volker swapping into the Lamborghini. He'll take it out for a little spin. Looking at 7 stints today. 6-hour race, maximum time per stint, 55 minutes. And I do believe there is also a tire limitation to consider here as well. Let's give it a download of the rules here. Yeah, there we are. Six tire sets. 6 tire sets for a 6-hour race. That's a little bit much. I would have been much meaner if I was the admin. That's because my only hope of getting a good result would also be tire management. I don't have the pace to remotely come close to picking up a good result without it. Any liveries catching my eye? Not a really great way of getting a look, is there? Not really a great way of getting a good look at a car. Well, there's a couple of teams that are rocking 3 drivers. Actually, it looks like three drivers and even 4 drivers. The 420 Nissan has 4 drivers in it, driven by Ernst Limbergs, Rollings Perox, Paul Scrivaris, and David Roth. So they're going heavy. I do see Jason Farmer in the 369 car is apparently a solo entry, as is the number 75 of Lucas Joubert. So either their teammates have not joined. I do not know, Fingler. I do not know. There is time. I've got 3 minutes and change to go, so maybe they'll pop it. And we get another four car team, or a 4-driver team. That's the 808 of. So that's a mouthful. Sislas Sijete, SWD Flughund, Hans Martin Bartram, and Conrad Kuhn, making up a 4-car effort. Let's see. What team do I actually know the people in, and therefore they get my cheering? Let's see here. I think I might be out of luck. Every team has somebody I don't know, as far as I can tell. Oh, except for Cedric Muir and Oral Ja in the 6.8 Ferrari. That would be an option. I've enjoyed commenting on both those guys. Oh, here's another one. The 400 car with 4 drivers: Shanna Murasanu, Matthias Wiedemann, Matthew East, and Sean Young. That's a very Server 2 crew. We got some love for the 808 team in the chat. There you go. I think I have to default to the 400 car. I comment on the Server 2 on a regular basis, so I'm very familiar with Sean Young, Matthias Wiedemann, and Matthew East, and Shanna Murasanu. So, gentlemen, you also, I like the livery. So the 400 car will be one that I enjoy. Jason always planned to race solo today. All right, bold. 6 hours is not impossible as a solo driver, but it is. It definitely would be unpleasant for me. I would not try. But then again, I also have like spinal fusion and like 2 bad knees. So I guess what I would do and what other people would do are not really the same thing. Not really the same thing. But I think the max I would try to tackle as a solo racer would be 3 hours. That's probably my max in a row. I could do more than 3 hours in the car, but in a row that would be the limit, I think. There may be an emergency bathroom break early in the race. I just feel that in my stomach. And good luck with your exams there, Formula One. All right. All right, let's get the grid out of the way here. On pole position, we have the 151 BMW, which is driven by Sif BM, Alessandro Mallorca, and Bu Omar Mustafa. In second place, it is the 420 car, the Latvian car of Ernst Limburgs, Roland Barrax, Paul Scrivars, and David Roth. In third place, it is the Honda of Terence Fajera and Wayne Fajera. I'm assuming brother combo. Jason Farmer will start from P4 in the 369 solo effort. In fifth place, it'll be Pascal Rodel and Heiko Dragon. Ulrich Dieger and Gerhard Pastoris in sixth place. Then it is Glenn Smith, Finley Gamble, and Liam Smith in seventh. Lucas Jobert will be a solo effort from eighth place. Nicholas Correa and Amarul. Oh, hang on, that car just disappeared. That car just moved up to eighth place. What happened? Did we lose somebody? Might have lost somebody. That is interesting. They moved up 2 spots. Anyways. Jan Dretzler and Tobias Hartmann, Florian Van Haas, and Remy Cabes. The 808 team is in 11th place. I'm not even going to try and say their names. Except for Conrad Kuhn and Hans Martin Bartram. Christian Fengler and Martin Spitzer will be starting from 12th place. Thomas Hagen, Fabio Varro, and Sebastian Lukinson in 13th place. Nathan Warren and the Pollicotts, Andy and Chris, in 14th. Cedric Muir and Oral Jean in 15th place. Florian Volker and Blake Moore, 16th. Shenu Murasanu and Matthias Wiedemann, Matthew East, Sean Young in 17th place. Then it is Darren Christie, Matt Ailing, Daniel Matsuhima. And they just moved too. What is going on? We just lost another car. And to the back, Christoph Peterson and Darius Schmielewski. We lost another one. I don't know what's going on here. The grid has shrunk to 17. I don't see an announcement telling me to go to another server, so that is concerning. As we are 2 minutes away from kicking this pig. Speaking of pig, the the first place BMW is very pink. Very piggly wiggly. Ooh, the Honda livery looks nice. Stands out very nicely. In the red and black, that should be, what would that be? First, third, fifth, so ninth place, I guess, on the grid. No, it's not a Honda. Oh. Oh. Ah! Okay, server restart. Fair, fair. That might make me reboot my game, though, for the ACC Auto Director, which would not be amazing. But we'll see. Here's hoping that we do not have to do a reboot. Well, you know what? Hang on. Why risk it? Why risk it? Let's get a restart in now before the action gets going. Come on. Thank you. Heading back in. that it would be this one. Excuse me.
Green line. Give it all you got.
Might get a little bit of wetness to start the race. I see the grid grew a little bit. No, it's just 20. Someone I think may have given away the admin password. Shano Mursano, can we see your livery? Yes, we can. I can anyways. I don't know about anybody else. I mean, the check your replay isn't really all that helpful, Seif. I assume that he wants to see the other person. I assume he's wanting to know if other people can see his livery, not if he can. Because if you can't, that would be step one. That would be that would be problem number one to solve. All right.
All right, we have some wet conditions.
Well, it's gonna be a wet start here. Get the broadcast livery or control up here, and as always, I like to start in the helicam mode. Gives me kind of gives me the most view here. Dariusz Chmielewski starting on pole position. Here we go. I can give the grid rundown this time. So Peterson and Chmielewski on pole, followed by Carrera and Nam. Farmer will start third. Rodell and Dragon fourth. Christie, Eiling, and Matsushima fifth place. Fengler and Spitzer sixth. Van Haas and Cobbs in seventh. Smith and Gamble in eighth. DeJager and Pretorius in ninth. Muir and Shaw in 10th. 11th will be Dressler and Hartman. 12th will be Limsberg, Perox, Scrivaris, and Roth. The Fajera combo is in 13th. Then it is Warren, Polycott, Hagen, Vero, and Lucasen, 15th. Lucas Joubert will start from 16th. Shannon Marizano, Matthias Wiedemann, Matthew East, and Sean Young will be 17th. Volker and Moore, 18th. And then it is Seche, Flunghund, Bartram, and Kuhn, 19th. And at the back of the pack, it is BM, Majorca, and Mustafa. As far as I can tell, it looks like everybody's livery does appear to be working, although there is a gap where the fifth place car should be. Not sure what what that is. Could be someone still in the pits, maybe. There's another gap there as well. I'm assuming that could be for missing cars that were posted at qualifying time but have elected not to attend today. Or have had technical difficulties preventing them from joining at the start of the race, maybe. Could be the case. But there does appear to be a couple of empty spots on the grid. Fifth place, and then further on down on the inside row, I'm going to say that's probably about 18th spot. That appears to be vacant as well. So we'll be a BMW or a Nissan on pole, followed by a McLaren, 2 Ferraris, another McLaren, a Lamborghini in 6th, BMW 7th, and then 3 more Ferraris to round off the top 10. So Ferrari's got the quantity, that's for sure. 5 cars in the top 10 and 6 in total. I don't think anyone else is coming close to that, to be honest. McLaren's got 4 cars in the field. 2 Lambos, 2 Nissans, 3 Beamers, and a Honda, and 1 Aston Martin and 1 Porsche. So, not the most variable grid. A couple of my favorite cars are missing, but we will make do. Of course, I also have the streaming studio stage open if anybody wants to pop in for a quick bit and have a chat. I am not opposed, particularly if things get settled down here. And in the wet, it tends to be a little bit settled down at the beginning. We will have rain at least for the first 30 minutes. The pole sitter leads us away. That is the 751 of Darius Shmielewski leading us away in the Nissan. Don't really love how the name on the tower is not necessarily the driver in the car. I will say that is something I've not particularly enjoyed from ACC. I do think that the name on the tower should be the guy in the car. But as you can see, the pole sitter is being shown as Kay Pedersen, and that is Christoph Pedersen, who is not in the car. But will be later. Nicholas Correa in second place. Jason Farmer starting from third. And in fourth place it is Pascal Rodel in the Reptile Racing Ferrari. Starting P5 will be Darren Christie. P6 is Christian Fengler. P7 is Florian Van Haas. Glenn Smith starting from 8th place. 9th place for Ulrich Dieger. That is an eye-catching Ferrari, I'll say that much. And rounding off the top 10, it will be Cedric Muir in the Ferrari as well. Bringing up the rear, it will be Seif BM, who is not actually at the rear right now. Now he is. Switching spots with Silas Seichai. I am locking in for the 6-hour shift. I am here throughout. There will probably be a bathroom break, but otherwise, here throughout. I've got my racing fuel, my 2-liter bottle of no-name peach juice, which if you ever need to know what fuels me and keeps me talking, that's what it is. And the tower has recognized that Spilewski is in the car. So that at least has been fixed. I do like that Reptile racing car, the green Ferrari that's on the outside of row 2. That does look nice. It's probably my favorite one so far, but I haven't really gotten a great look at some of them, so we'll see. Oh no, don't worry, don't need the food. I had a pizza before we got going here, so I am good for the day. I've got my caloric intake ready to go as we wait for the green flag here. And it is... Come on, the suspense is killing me here.
Green light. Go, go, go.
We are go here at Silverstone in the wet. Chmielewski leads us down to the first corner and retains the lead over Correa. And in third place, it is Farmer, followed by Rodell in fourth. They are still side by side in the battle for third, though, so that could get spicy as we head into Maggots and Beckett's. A couple of cars are off the track. Lucas Joubert, Terence Fahea, and Sif BM. Also off the track is Fengler. If I could get him selected, please. Thank you. Let's see what happened to Christian Fengler in the Lambo Maniacs car. Nothing yet, nothing yet. I did go with the 30-second replay. Feel like we're going to get side-by-side contact with that red and white car. Up ahead. Nope. One of the Beamers just comes in there and plows him in the butt. And that causes a couple of other incidents, and he'll recover on his way. Spilewski continues to lead from Correa, Rodell. Farmer has slipped back to third, so he's lost out to Rodell, and Christie is up a spot, is still fifth. Florian Volker up a spot there over Fabio Varro in the Nubs Racing Aston Martin. I know that livery. Dreisler getting a spot over Lindbergh's. For top BMW honors. Putting the pressure on Darren Christie. Looking to the inside. And that should be an overtake. Christie's going to get hung around to dry on the outside. And the Beamer is through. And the other Beamer of Florian Van Haas trying to get through as well. Lindbergh's has fallen back to 8th in the Nissan, followed by Glenn Smith and Cedric Muir. Further back, Fengler overtakes Fabio Varro. And Van Haas, Lindbergh's, and Christie going, well, not so much Lindbergh's. He gets a little bit wide there in the Nissan and loses a little bit of traction. Side-by-side action between the Beamer and the McLaren. Christie versus Van Haas. And Van Haas is going to get the job done and move up into 6th place. So Christie is falling. Was 5th at the start of this lap, has fallen down to 7th. And we have an early pit from Sif BM. As well as Terence Fahea. Both of them, I think, got caught up in the carnage at the start a little bit. And actually, Lindbergh's is now going forward against Christie. So Christie is falling backwards with Plum right now. The Proper Racing number 12 car has dropped down from 5th place down to 8th relatively quickly. Further up, Ulrich de Jager with an overtake on Warren, and Fengler has overtaken Florian Volker. At the front, it is still Chmielewski leading from Correa. They are kind of pulling away from the pack. But of course, it is a 6-hour race. There is plenty of time for that to change. Cedric Muir making an overtake on Glenn Smith. And moving up into 9th place. Hola, Casey Jones, who's joined us in the chat. Where's the stunt possum car, Casey? Feel very cheated right now. Want to see you out there with Idris Cahill and Pat Fortune and Dee Hines. Rejoins the track. Fastest lap going to Jan Dressler. Very early days yet. And there is CBM rejoining the festivities in the pink BMW. Albeit quite far back and already off the front lap, off the lead lap. Do it. There's no excuse. There is no excuse. Enjoy the ravages of the Enduro. Farmer under pressure from Dreisler, and further back it is Van Haas under pressure from Lindberghs. Nissan versus BMW. CBM a little bit off the track. And Glenn Smith falling back a little bit further, losing out there to Shannon Mursanu in the Porsche. Also on their tail is the Ferrari of Ulrich de Jager. Little lap traffic for the battle for 7th place to deal with. They get through without too much issue. Shannon Mursanu off the track. Oh, I like that livery. That is Nathan Warren. I like that car. 27 losing a spot there to Fengler in the Lambo. He's looking down the inside of Mursanu. And he'll get through. So Fengler with 2 for the price of 1. Makes his way forward once again. He qualified quite to the sharp end, but had some problems on lap 1. Getting bonked in the booty by one of the BMWs. I do believe it was Van Haas who caught him, but I'm not 100% sure. Don't necessarily have the grasp of the liveries that I do in the Server 2 at the moment. It's all new to me. And Warren overtakes Mursanu. Christie has fallen back to 9th place. So Darren Christie is not off to a good start. And that number 12 car might be looking forward to being in the hands of another driver at some point in the near future. Not that near future, but give that car to the hands of Matt Ailing or Daniel Matsushima. Might be needed. Dressler still on the tail of Farmer. We'll of course see the changeover at about 55 minutes. Lindberghs has picked up a 5-second penalty. I feel it's still very close together. Plenty of battles going on. A 15-second penalty for Van Haas. The number 930 car picking up some penalty to serve. 420 that is racing up against. Currently send it down behind Cedric Muir in the 68 car. For an idea of where we're probably looking at for the time. Water dissipation. Bergs and Van Haas navigating through back marker traffic. That being the, I do believe the Honda, yep, of Terence Fajera. Florian Volker is off the track and rejoining. And Lindbergh did make the overtake on Van Haas. Let's see how that went. Pretty straightforward. The cars are finding decent traction even in multiple lanes, so the water is not too much of an issue by the looks of it. They are able to go side by side. They are able to work alternate lines. Without too much drama. I'm going to try and hang on as far as the bathroom is concerned for the first stint. But no promises. Glenn Smith up on the back of Darren Christie, who has been dropping like a stone. Not quite that bad, but he did start the race in 5th and has dropped down to 9th place, so Christie is not necessarily getting the job done, and it's going to be 10th, I think, very shortly. Glenn Smith trying to go around the outside. Christie will hang on. But the fact that that was that close suggests a pace differential between those two cars right now. And that the number 12 car is just kind of in trouble right now. Hanging on still. Fengler in the background there in the number 30, as well as the number 72 driven by Ulrich de Jager. They are piling up in behind for the time being. Fastest lap of the race, by the way, a 2:06.732 by the race leader, Smilewski. The 151 is off the track again. And Glenn Smith getting a little out of shape. That's going to allow the number 30 to pounce. Fengler going side by side. And Glenn Smith hanging on. Oh, for now. Also, drive-through penalty headed out to the 808 car. Jaeger licking his chops here in the background between Fengler and Smith. Battling it out for 10th place. Fengler holds a very tight line through there and makes it happen. Good work by the driver of the number 30 car. Up into the top 10 once again, where he started the race and was unfortunately the victim of a good rear end shunting. Checking in at the front, Dariusz Walewski still leading the way for Logical Nightmare Racing in the Nissan. The 751 leading the way by 5.7 seconds over the second place car of Nicolas Carrera. Carrera is losing ground to Pascal Rodel, who was alone in 3rd place and is now putting a little bit of the pressure onto the second place car. Further back, Drexel has gotten past Jason Farmer, relegating the Griffin Sim Racing car to 5th place. Glenn Smith not done with Fengler. Not happy to have been relegated to 11th place. But he may also want to look at his rearview mirror because Ulrich de Jager, the driver of the 7-2 car, and if I might say, the only time I did Ulrich de Jager's race, I was very impressed with his pace. There was some consistency issues, don't get me wrong. But he did very, very well. And I'm looking forward to seeing more out of him as the 808 comes down the pit lane to serve their drive-through penalty. Pascal Rodell putting the pressure on Correa for second place. Farmer's still on the trail of Drexler, and, well, the Darren Christie train has started again. Christian Fengler catching up to him, as well as Glenn Smith and Ulrich de Jager. And further back, there's a battle going on between Murasanu and Warren. And, oh, a little timing glitch. Somebody's connection not so solid. And as a result, it looked like everybody made an overtake, and then they didn't. Still raining out there, but this track looks relatively manageable. There is still some spray coming up from the cars, so there is, definitely some puddles. But, like I said, as Shenna Murasano picks up a spot over Warren for basically free. As Warren outbreaks himself. Picking up Pascal Rodell. Still on the tail of the second place car of Carrera. And it's Dressler and Farmer. Your top 10. Lindberghs and Van Haas are 6th and 7th, but both carrying penalties. Muir, Christie, and Fengler rounding off the top 10. And we pick up Fengler as he's looking to become yet another person to get past Darren Christie, whose car started in 5th place and has fallen back to 9th. The number 12 is largely been on our screen for Fengler, that's a little clumsy. That's a little clumsy. And Glenn Smith is going to profit by overtaking Fengler for 10th place. And should maybe get Christie as well. Ulrich de Jager is also looking very racy. Fengler to the inside. No move yet. Oh, going to the inside. Oof. Lucky. Smith could have tried to shut that door. I wouldn't have said it would be a good idea, but that's a lot of trust you have to have in your opponent not to slam the door there. Fengler maybe giving that spot back, thinking it's a little bit of a dive bomb. Or maybe Smith just late braked his all heck. Shannon Murasano's up on the back of this as well now, although that Porsche gets a little out of shape. And not too far back is Warren. Chmielewski with the new fastest lap, 2:06.23. One of 3 cars in the 206s right now. The other 2 are the 42 of Dressler and the 420 of Lindberghs. Smith gets a little bit deep. Opens the door for Fengler. The bull versus the horse. In the background, another horse. As the Jaeger looks hungrily on. Followed by Warren and Murasanu. Lindbergh is up on the tail of Farmer again. But I think we're going to look at the Christie train here. A lot of intrigue going on right now. Ulrich de Jager might be on the attack here for the Griffin Sim Racing team. Oh, we got some Lambo love in the chat. I feel like we're going to be seeing a lot of the number 12 car here for the foreseeable future. This train that goes from 9th place back down to 14th is kind of the not the only interesting thing going on right now. There's a battle for 2nd place going on down to 4th, and there's a battle going on for 5th. So there's other stuff going on, but seldom do I want to go away from a good little train battle. And of course, we have love from the Zilla cheering section. Which there's a lot to hear about right now, actually, with a Nissan in the lead and a Nissan in 5th place. Fengler has, in fact, made the overtake on Christie. We missed that. It's 9th place for the Lambo. And Smith is doing a lot of late braking, which has me more than a little nervous. Dressler on the attack against Rodell. This is for 3rd place. Reptile Racing Ferrari against the skid mark BMW. And Smith put the pressure on Christie, although not without pressure himself. De Jager is ready to pounce. And higher up, it is indeed an overtake for 3rd place. Let's get a look at that. Dressler getting the job done against Rodell. Rodell didn't fight that too hard. Fengler's already pulled out a 2.5 on Christie, so Christie is definitely the cork in the bottle right now. As Murasanu goes off the track. Not even close to finding your breaking point there, Shanu. Big fan of the Reptile Racing car. Number 181 Ferrari, that has a very pleasing livery to me. Fengler's sprint away from this train has kind of come to a little bit of a close. One moment here. I need to adjust something, so I'm going to quickly mute the microphone, and I'll be right back. Okay, that'll be much more comfortable. Just adjusting my chair setup here. And Smith picking up a spot. Briefly, Dressler got past Carrera, but has fallen back to third place now. Gap at the front is up to 9.1 seconds. Though it should be mentioned, a couple of cars behind Milewski the last couple of laps have been quicker. So I'm not sure what that could mean. A number of things. That could be Milewski doing a little bit of fuel or tire saving potentially. You know, the things you do when you're out in front in an endurance race. And the Nubs racing car of Fabio Varo, or Viero, is on the tail of Florian Volker. Jaeger looks like wants to make his move on Darren Christie soon, which I don't blame him. Christie is starting to lose touch a little bit with Glenn Smith, and has already lost touch with Christian Fengler. So, yeah, I don't know what is up with Christie's car. I don't know if maybe he didn't do the qualifying lap, and maybe he's on the slower end of this team. I'm not familiar with the driver at all, or maybe just struggling in the wet. But that car has not been... I mean, it's been staying on the road, which is generally a positive in this early stages of the race in the wet. But there has definitely been a lack of pace. And it's been the cork in the bottle for some time. By the way, Christian Fengler picking up a 10-second number in the number 30 Lamborghini. Limburgs has caught up to the back of the battle for second place between Carrera, Dressler, and Rodell. Now looks like a bit of a danger man. De Jager going side by side with Christie. And Christie does not fight that too hard. The 72 will go through. Fastest car last time around was the 420 Nissan of Ernst Limburgs. Going down the inside of Rodell for fourth place. And that will do it. Carrera with their fastest lap of the race in the 869 car, but not exactly a tremendously impressive one in 2:07.19. Ah, thank you, Steven Kernick, everybody, the usual commentator. Give him a round of applause. Dressler thought about it, but Carrera gave him a little finger lap, little finger wag. Just let him know that was not really an option. Ulrich de Jager has finally gotten through Darren Christie and up into 11th place. And Pascal Rodell has fallen back. Seen a couple of pit stops, but nobody has made a driver change as of yet. Not super surprising. The stints are 55 minutes on a maximum side, so wasn't expecting to see anybody change, but there have been a couple of pit stops, so it would have been interesting to see if anyone tried it. Fabio Vieiro looking for a move on Florian Volker. And the presumably faster car of Shanu Murasanu coming up behind them. Murasanu was higher up in the order but made a couple of mistakes. And as a result has fallen back here. The Nubs racing car getting a little bit close to the Lamborghini. And as a result, the Porsche goes on the attack for a brief moment. But cannot get the job done. Check in on the leader. Dariusz Miluski continues to lead the way. Best lap of a 2:06.23. Last lap of 2:06.902. Back in the 2:06s. And looking to do some damage. Rodell getting past Lindberghs. Let's have a look at that on replay, please. I am thinking we're going to see a mistake here from Lindberghs. Yep. It's his braking point wrong as they're coming up to some lap traffic. And the Rodell did not need to be invited twice. We are officially about 20% or 1/12 of the way through the race. Not sure what that communicates to in terms of percentages. Jaeger up on the tail of Smith. This is for the back end of the top 10. Sanu also up on the back of Vieira. Darren Christie is sticking with them, so not being dropped like a bad habit. And Dressler on the tail of Carrera. Carrera at this moment is being probably the best friend possible to the 751 car, because Carrera is not able to stick with the leader. The difference in fastest lap is something like 9/10 of a second. He's routinely losing about a second a lap. But he's not getting overtaken. And it is allowing Spilewski to build and build and build on a lead. When he doesn't make a mistake. Inside move there by Dressler. Turns into the outside though, and there's a little bump. And Carrera will retain the spot. And actually, it might be Dressler who loses out here to Rodell in the Reptile Racing Ferrari. Last not quite open enough. But it has brought in Rodell and Limburgs into this fight. Sanu had another off through Maggots and Beckett's. And Rodell getting overtaken by Limburgs. So Latvian back into 4th place. Yo, flag out for Terrence Fajeda. Last sim race I did, last endurance race I should say, I shared my rig with somebody much shorter than I was. Which is kind of the ironic thing is that we couldn't swap in, we couldn't be driving after each other because we literally had to hand it to the third driver to drive while we adjusted the rig for the other person. Not our best thought through idea, but it was fun having somebody in the same room. To physically keep me company as we were going through a 12-hour race. Had done it before with my dad, and my dad and I used the same rig settings basically because we're roughly the same build, roughly the same height, same kind of proportions. Oh, the arrow off. What happened to you? Going to assume Mia just kind of loses the car. Gets out on the curb. And it ends up facing the wrong direction. Shannon Murasanu going through. And BM off the track as well. So that worked a little bit better, but when you have somebody who is 5'5" and you're 5'10", sharing the rig with a 5-inch height differential. That makes it a little bit more complex. I also had to adjust the load cell in the pedals. She doesn't have the leg strength I do. The advantage of being a fat guy. Leg strength. Lindberghs has overtaken Dreisler. And I did not notice that. My apologies. Or Dressler? Dressler? Not really sure how the D-R-E-C-H sound really is supposed to be pronounced. But Lindberghs has moved up into third place, and it is a double Nissan podium as it stands, although, again, super easy early days. We have 5+ hours to go. So, not gonna count on anything right now. You can't win anything at this stage of the race. You can just minimize what goes wrong and maximize what's going right. But there's a lot of time to go. All of these drivers will have to swap out of the car at some point, with the exception of Farmer and Joubert, who are running the whole race today. BM heading in for a drive-through penalty. Fengler is off the track. Or what happened to the number 30 car. Just got a little too much curb. And pitched it off into the gravel. Also, Carrera has picked up a penalty at some point. 5 seconds to match Lindbergh's in the 420. Not sure what for. Haven't seen anything really of their fault. They did have contact with Dreisler a couple laps ago, but I thought it was a racing incident myself. Perhaps the race control thought differently. If so, they gave out the penalty relatively late. Could also, of course, be for track limits or something. In the wet, there will be plenty of off-track moments, I imagine, and some of which might be an advantage. Ooh. Speaking of which, drive-through penalty for Smith. As I don't know really what happened there, but Limburg kind of just gave the spot to Dreisler. Is coming back at him now, and I'm not really sure what to make of that one. But, Glenn Smith has picked up a drive-through penalty in the 777. Pascal Rodell on the attack against Dreisler for 4th place. Fangler is catching up to the back of Darren Christie once again. He's going to have to go through that nightmare trying to get past the number 12 again. If you're just tuning in, a lot of action has been around the number 12 of Darren Christie. As Smith loses control of the car. He was running on his own, so I can't imagine that this will be anything but a driver error. Yep. Just kind of power slides it around. DeJager goes through, Christie goes through, and Fangler goes through, and Smith will move in to serve the drive-through penalty. Shout out to Nicholas Carrera. He is hanging on to this 2nd place despite, honestly, in my opinion, not having the pace for it. But he is currently building a wall, and no one seems to be able to get through it. Limburg's is on his tail, Dreisler's on his tail, Rodell's on his tail. Outside of Rodell, they all have faster laps than him in terms of all outright pace. And in fact, there goes Limburg's through. As I was stating complimentary things, Limburg's takes advantage, and it is a Nissan 1-2, at least for the time being. Ray at this time not coming back at the 420 car. In the background, the 42 of Dreisler and the 181 of Rodell give chase. So it's Nissan from Nissan, McLaren in 3rd, BMW 4th, then the first of the various Ferraris in the field. Rodell is in 5th place. And then it is Farmer in the Ferrari going for the Ironman. BMW, Ferrari, and McLaren your top 10. The Lambos are running in 11th and 13th position. Aston Martin has 16th position. The Honda is in 19th. A couple of drive-thrus have been handed out, as well as a couple of time penalties for Limburg, Carrera, Van Haas, and Fengler. Got a little battle going on between Lucas Joubert and Fabio Vieira. We'll have a look at that. It's just for 16th and 17th position, but everybody deserves a little bit of love. Battle for British pride between Aston Martin and McLaren also at stake. And CFBM is off track again. That 151 car has been facing in the wrong direction a fair bit today. Through Beckett's once more. Glenn Smith is on the charge. And Rodell collects the curb and spins it out in 5th place. Taking the pressure off of Dreisler. Looks the inside of Carrera. Door is closed for the time being. Ulrich de Jaeger off the track as well. The wet will bite the best of them. Smith still has not gotten past Volker, so good work by Florian Volker keeping the faster, at least on pedigree, car behind him. That Ferrari has been a top 10 threat today, and Volker, simply put, has not been. Moving through now. Into the pit lane goes Nicolas Carrera. Hitting from P3. Will we see the first driver change or no? That is the question. Logistical Nightmare Racing continues to lead. The 751 car, which has so far this season tasted second place twice, but has not been a winner. They lead the championship. It is not through being the best on the day. Let's see if this is the day that changes. We are guaranteed to get a new winner because the number 5 car and the number 111 car, which have won the prior 2 races, are not here today. So we will be getting a new winner. It's just a matter of whom. And Carrera does give the car over to Amarul Name, now driving the 869 car for Everest Racing Team. How has that car done this season, out of curiosity? I have not been doing the commentary, so I am largely unaware. There it is. This is their first race. So there is in fact nothing to talk about in terms of past performance. They are the first car to make a driver swap. Not be the last. At least 17 other cars that will have to make a driver swap. Only 2 cars, the number 75 of Lucas Joubert and the number 369 of Jordan Farmer, who's heading in the pits now as we speak, will not have to do that. They are running the Iron Man here. The 369 picking up a 4th place finish in the opener, but missed round 2. Finds himself 11th overall at the moment. Pits from 5th place. Should come out somewhere near 11th spot, assuming they get the pit stop relatively correct. Let's go 435. No bias whatsoever. I mean, if you're on the team, I'm not sure you can claim no bias there. Call me crazy, Sebastian, but I don't think that the option to claim no bias. Question here. No min-max number for these drivers. We have teams that have 1 driver. We have teams that have 4 drivers. We have 2 drivers going the distance. One of them is Jason Farmer, and one of them is Lucas Joubert. They have no teammate. In comparison, the number 420 team and the 400 and 808 teams each have 4 drivers apiece. There are advantages to, I think, both options. Obviously, the more drivers you have in the car, the more compromised your setup has to become, because it has to be driven by different drivers with different feels and different wants in the car. And, of course, the downside of doing one of these things solo, which I have done, is you will be stiff. You will be a board by the time you are done. I'll be entirely honest. I'm not looking forward to, like, doing the entire 6 hours as a commentator. Forget as a race car driver. For a 6-hour race, I'd have 1 to 2 teammates. I wouldn't go with the 4-person team. I think that's a bit much for a 6-hour race. But yeah, I'd do 1 or 2. I'd do 1 or 2 teammates. I think that's doable. I think the 4 is a little bit much. Cedric Mira pits the 68. And the 72 of Ulrich de Jager heading down the pit lane as well. Bad lap last time around for Spilewski. Lost a little bit of ground. Might have been clearing some traffic. A couple other cars in the pits. We have the 27 of Nathan Warren, as well as the 808 of Silas Seitai? I'm going with Seitai. Feel free to correct me. I'm pushing the GTR as our car. Ooh, Nissan. You should talk to RC Gingerbach. And her love of the Nissan. Oh, race leader is in. In fact, most of the leaders are in. Rodell in as well. Is Van Haas going to come in? Yeah, okay. So if Darren Christie stays out, mind you, we're getting up to the end of the maximum split length, so almost everybody's going to have to pit now. The only people who would not be pitting now would be the people who pitted earlier for various reasons, because their split timers would have been reset. Joubert in, Viero in, Volker in. We've got 8 cars down on the pit road. So Darren Christie will have to go in, because Darren Christie is not pitted. Same with Fengler. Yep, in they go. The only one that might be able to take advantage of this would be Emerald Nam, who is not the driver who started the race in the 869 car. That was Nicholas Carrera. So he is able to push on, but obviously Shmulewski has come out in the lead again, so another stint for the German driver. I imagine Polish heritage. Tobias Hartmann is in the car, though, in second place. So a driver change from Jan Dreisler to Tobias Hartmann. And that is David Roth has taken over the 420 Nissan and makes the overtake happen. Nine is into fourth place. The reptile car now belongs to Heiko Dragon in fifth place. Farmer is, of course, going the distance. And Glenn Smith is out there for a second stint. Van Haas has given the car over to Remy Cabes. Cedric Muir has given the car over to Oral Shaw. And Darren Christie has given the car over to Matt Ailing. Fengler has given the car over to Martin Spitzer. De Jager appears like they're going to go out for a second stint. We also have the first of the Polycots into the car. I forget who their teammate was off the top of my head. And Shannon Murasano is going out for a second stint. Same with Florian Volker. Thomas Hagen is taking over the Nubs racing car. And it's Joubert, Terence Fahea. Hans Martin Bartham is into the car now. In the 808. And CBM is still out there. So it is Nissan 1-2. Shmulewski in the 751 leads from the 420 of Roth. BMW is in third place with Tobias Hartmann. But under threat, under siege, from the McLaren 869 of Amarul Nam, who will take over the spot there now. Taking third place. Drago, Farmer, Smith, Cabes, Eiling, and Jha, your top 10. Checking how many. It's only two drivers in the 751, so Smulewski might have some time after this. Yet, theoretically, we'll have 3 or 4 stints in the car, depending on who's taking the extra one. And a drive-through penalty for Glenn Smith. That is his second of the day, I think. So, in the words of Ace Ventura, stop breaking the law! And a stop-go penalty for Matt Eiling as well. Burasanu cutting the grass. Rejoins. We also have a stop-go penalty for Ulrich de Jager. And a drive-through handed out to Murasanu. So, not the cleanest, not the cleanest. Terence Fahey in the pits. Alright, everybody, there is not a lot of action going in terms of battles right now. The cars are all spaced out by over a second right now, so this feels as good a time as any for me to take my bathroom break. I'm going to enable the autopilot for you so you're not staring at the same thing the whole time. But I am off comms for the next couple of minutes. I'd say maybe 15 minutes. right, I am back from my bio-enforced break. I noticed I don't think the autopilot actually worked, so my apologies on that. But at the same time, this seems to be pretty much the best battle going on out on track right now, although there are some exceptions. Heiko Dragon is on the tail of Jordan Farmer. By the way, shout out to Farmer for trying to go solo this whole race, and still holding on to 4th place. Matt Ailing on the tail of Florian Volker. Oh, I am distinctly not comfortable right now in the chair. And, well, you know what? I'll save y'all for the reason why, but you can probably guess. There's a car right behind each other, right behind this, but they're not battling for positions, so there's not really anything to look at there. Eiling's still looking for a way past Florian Volker here for 11th place on track. Volker is still in the car since the start of the race. He is doing a double split and does indeed lose the spot now. So Dragon up on the back of Farmer. Nam versus Roth for 2nd place. And in the meantime, the lead just continues to grow for the 751 car of Dariusz Chmielewski. Has the fastest lap of the race at a 2:06.23, although that was a while ago. And now leads by 33 seconds. Earl Nam on the tail of David Roth, who is the lone non-Latvian driving for the 420 team. Two battles to speak of. Battle for 2nd place and battle for 4th place going on right now. And if there is any problem with the audio or the video, please let me know. Bring that up as we cycle between these two battles. And two very cool liveries in the 420 and the 181. Anybody ripping it up in terms of lap times? Really. Ulrich de Jager just did his fastest lap of the race at 2:08.152. You know, more than respectable. This 181 car is 2nd in the championship right now, taking 4th in the opener and 7th in round 2. So a distant 2nd place. And not, we have an interview request. All right. We are joined in the booth by Christian Fengler, who was the driver of the number 30 car earlier, which is running in 8th place in the hands of Martin Spitzer. And Christian, how'd the early going go for you?
It was a up and down of feelings, I guess. First up, obviously, already saw some contact with us. It's all manageable, I would say. Give us a little off turn and spin. At the time, probably was a bit more heated. Quite happy we don't have the FIA rules in here. But yeah. It's a wild ride. I can really just tip my hat to anyone still driving because it is insane.
Yeah, we got two drivers that are going to be going coast to coast here today, which is That's ballsy in a 6-hour race, I will say.
Yes.
My knees hurt thinking about it.
Not only that, but imagine your concentration dropping. Like, it's quite something to handle. But yeah, I guess that looking at it now, the only way is forward. Like, it was a rough start, had good comeback, and then I still owe some apologies to Darren Christie. Had more than just a little off tap on the hard braking zone, missed the braking marker, and then two sides collided. I for not too much damage, but yeah, that's that.
Well, Darren Christie has been in the wars today. He's definitely been a topic of the stream. Kind of falling back from, I think, at a high point, 5th place to 13th at one point. So, definitely,
yes.
Definitely an exciting, never boring race for him.
But you have to keep in mind that this is still anyone's race. I mean, we have 4 hours 45 minutes left. The amount of drive-throughs already is shuffling up the field massively, and I mean, we've got variable weather, so you never know if the rain will not just go away. When the race was looked at, the weather conditions were presented by Lenny's Lounge, for some drivers that might be known, as I think average rain show length should be like 1 hour 50 minutes. So perhaps after the second stint we're going to see some change in weather, and then the race might switch again with leads and battles.
And there are a number of drivers we haven't even seen yet take to the car, and they could really excel or really not excel, and that would obviously change things tremendously as well.
100% true. There are certainly some drivers at the moment sitting further back that have the pace to be further up, and you never know about the teammate. Perhaps they started on the bronze driver, and now the platinum or diamond driver is coming in next, and this could then again be quite the shuffle. So let's hope for the best. It always hurts to see only 20 cars driving. We have a bit more sign-ups, but I guess we can still make very good racing out of this.
Yeah, 20 cars have been good. The gaps are still very, very manageable. There was pretty consistently something for me to cycle through and have a look at here up in the booth. As watch Chris Polycott have a interesting line through Nuggets and Beckets. We'll just say we'll just go with that.
Well, all right, I hope it stays this way. I'm gonna now jump back into our team booth and look over the shoulder of Martin. And yeah, let's see what the race still brings. Oh, and by the way, for all those who have the Sunday roll, our stream is hidden away in the Sundays. So if you want to stop by for some interviews, I guess you're quite welcome.
Absolutely. I'm always happy to have some company in the booth. Oh, we got action here. Amarul Nam going for the second place here against David Roth. Down the inside. That'll turn into the inside for Roth in the next corner, though, and he will, I think, just hang on. A bit of an odd pit stop here from the 808 car. Hans Martin Bartram into the pits. And Chris Polycott making the move on. That is Oral Ja. Hangs
all right, then I'm going to drop out and talk to you later.
Talk to you later, Christian. Polycott will get that spot. I'm used to seeing Oral Ja as almost impossible to overtake, but of course he's a Server 2 driver, so there are definitely some on-paper faster drivers in the field. And I'm not familiar with Chris Polycott, so he is probably one of them. Amarul Nam again on the attack against David Roth. It's a little squiggly there. that, at least for now, will kind of eliminate the problem. That is the lapped car of Sci BMW, or BM, trying to get a lap back. Multiple laps down on this battle, but in endurance racing, of course, you are quite able to take your lap back if you've finally found a groove. And I think BM has found that groove. Did his fastest lap of the race last time around, so improvements are being made in that 151 car right now. Even if it's not really racing anybody at the moment, it still has the better part of 5 hours to make up ground. Pico Dragon has gotten past Jason Farmer, relegating the Griffin Sim Racing driver down to 5th place. The 369 car is... how is Jordan been doing this season? Currently sits in 11th place in the standings. Yeah, I think I covered this one. 4th at the opener, missed the second round of the championship. And on pace for another top 5 today. So Oral Jaws lost out to Chris Policott and is now being pressured by Matt Ailing in the number 12. That is the Darren Christie car. At the start, Ailing is now at the wheel of the proper racing car, and looking to make up some ground. Some lap traffic here for Amarul Nam and David Roth to work their way through. And ooh, Nam getting a little too close to the back of Roth there. Has to take evasive action. And yeah, if you want to pop in for the, an interview, I am in the streaming studio number 1, which is down in the Sunday section over on the Discord server. If anybody would like to pop in, they are welcome to join me for a little bit. Get their thoughts on the race as it stands. As Murasanu rejoins. I'll tell you who's really impressing me, actually, is not with his pace, but it's the car you see right there, the number 612 car of Florian Volker. He's just been keeping it on the track and like doing a really good job. He's moving up the field, despite not really necessarily having like what you would call a flashy pace performance. Thomas Hagen has picked up a drive-through penalty as well. Did just put up his fastest lap of the race, Volker did. 2:09.667. Also believe we've had our first. Glenn Smith did a double stint. To say our third driver of the day, but it is not the case. Finley Gamble is the second driver of the 277 car. Or the 77 car. This is just their third stint. They double stinted at the start with Smith. This car has not had a result this season. This is their first race. And Chris Policott with a little power slide out of the corner there. Might leave him vulnerable to the number 12 of Matt Ailing. Pressure on, but for the time being, Policott has seemingly got it. Oh, never mind. Ailing barges past him as I said that. Caster's Curse. Tobias Hartman going side by side with Remy Capes. Versus the 930 BMW v BMW action. And a drive-through penalty for Chris Pollicott makes that a little bit worse. Just lost 9th place, and now we'll be losing a fair bit more as Hartman loses out to Capes. There's Pollicott heading in. Serve the 27 cars drive-through penalty. .69 car is in its first race of the season and doing quite well. On pace for a podium. The 420 car is in 6th place, having finished 8th in the opener, 10th in the opener and 8th in the second round. So, doing quite well. This is an improved moment for them. I'm not surprised. The Latvians have been getting really quick in server 2. I imagine that helps out David Roth and Lindbergh's with their pace as well, having those two drivers in there to light things up. Thomas Hagen is on the tail of Lucas Joubert. As stated, Joubert is doing the heroic coast-to-coast run here today, running in 15th place in the 75 car. Done it before, finishing 16th in the season opener. Missed round 2, though. Hagen will get through. Yeah, let's check in with the leader. I will say, Darius Shmilewski has not been doing great laps for a while. His lead is actually coming down. Granted, still at 30.7 seconds. Drive-through penalty for Shannon Marzano. But the pace is letting up a little bit. I would hope that for the third stint of the race, in 23 minutes time, give or take, we will see the second driver of the race-leading car, Christoph Pedersen, take the wheel. Because there isn't a atmospheric or track-related issue that should be leading to the lap times that he's putting up right now. The car behind him is running in solid 207s right now. Yeah, there's a couple others. Eco Dragon's also in 207s right now. So there is pace out there. It's not like the track is necessarily tremendously hazardous right this second. Big swig. Finley Gamble catching up to the back of Chris Pollicott. Nathan Warren was the driver who was in this car at the start of the race. You know, Pollicott's car. That is the individual that's partnered with the Pollicotts, as Tobias Hartman has a let's just say a moment. As Gamble puts the pressure on Policott here for 12th place. Battle of the 777 versus the 27. And a drive-through penalty for the 151. As we approach the 1/4 mark of this race. This is the only particular close battle going on right now. About a half second. Oh, race leader is in the pit lane. Darius Miluski is in. Will he hand the car over to Christoph Peterson? We'll find out. He's done 42 laps. This will hand the lead over, really for the first time, to the 869 car of Aerotol Nam. Roth also going through, as well as Dragon and Farmer. I somewhat doubt the Cobs would get him. 930 there. 751 in the pit lane. Hands up, he gets moving. Oh, there we go. And indeed, Christoph Peterson is taking over the car. So, driver change for the effective leader of this race. And Christoph Peterson is going to put the pedal to the metal and try to build on what Smiluski has achieved so far. For the time being, Emerald name in the 869 McLaren will take over the lead. Be a heck of a debut for this team to pick up the win. I mean, as Fengler said in the interview, as Gamble has overtaken Policott, it's too early to be calling a race win or anything like that at this point, but it does feel like the 751 is in the catbird seat as far as this is concerned. But it also depends on how well Christoph Peterson, who I am not familiar with, deliver here. Oh, we got some cheering for Volker and more. I've been very impressed with Florian Volker's performance, actually. I think he's punching above his weight based on the pace he's got. And Oral Ja losing a spot to Volker there. Let's see what happened here with Oral Ja. Seems like he caught him legitimately. It just takes advantage of a mistake there. It's a little bit too deep on the curve there. And with that, that's a top 10 position for the 612. Joubert overtaking De Jager. It looks like De Jager was off the track. Fastest lap remains a 2:06.23 by the 751 car. At the time, it was driven by Darius Spilewski. We pick up Martin Spitzer. The Lambo Maniacs are in third in the championship, the number 30 car. They are being outscored at the moment by both of their rivals. They will pick up a spot there over Tobias Hartmann, moving to 7th spot. The track is still wet, and we are scheduled to continue to have rain into the final 4 hours of this race. According to the weather report. Gamble up on the tail of Oral Ja. This is for 11th place between the 777 and the 68. Jaromir Jagr versus the unholy combination of Raymond Bork and Paul Coffey. It's the only less than a second gap in the field. The next closest cars are 2.2 seconds between Spitzer and Hartmann, which, not for nothing, is also a position Spitzer recently took. So I'm not anticipating any kind of fight back on the matter. And Gamble goes through without too much issue into 11th spot. In the meantime, Joubert is dropping back, losing out to Ulrich De Jager. Always quickly check in with the number 400 car, which of course has some of the drivers I'm a little bit more familiar with from the second division. Sean Young is now in the car. Sean Young, of course, a bronze championship contender this season and a former Iron champion in Server 2. Jason Farmer appears to be having some difficulties. So good to see Sean taking over the car from Shanu Murasano here with 4 hours and 22 minutes to go. This is one of the teams that is rocking 4 drivers, though, so there won't be a tremendous amount of action. Farmer in the pits. This will not be a driver change. Farmer is going coast to coast. I imagine this is mostly to deal with the tire situation after that off, more so than anything else. Still in the lead, it's Amarul Nam. And behind him, that is... Who is that? It's the number 12 car, so that was the Darren Christie car, now driven by Matt Ailing. In behind him. It's 9th place at the moment. Oral Ja is also in the pits. We'll see if he hands the car back to Cedric Muir or if he's going to do a double stint. I would kind of probably call an audible because we've seen Ja off the track a couple of times. And he just doesn't seem to be focused right now. So I would, if I was the team manager of the 68 car, be getting Cedric Mir back into the car, even if the intention was for Jaw to do a double stint at this point. He's just not quite on the game right now. Fastest lap last time around, by the way, went to Amarul Nam. Although that lap there was not terribly impressive, a 2:08.01. Which is not... It's about a little under a second off their fastest time. Finley Gamble is hunting Florian Volker for the top 10 spot. It would be nice to see the Bentley from Griffin Sim Racing here today out in the rain. I always enjoy making my boat jokes. And Volker under pressure from the 777. Gamble's been moving up in the world. Putting up some good laps right now. Pretty much right on the best that the 777 has done today. The outside, I don't know about that. Maybe a switchback. Problem is the next corner is going to have the inside line for Volker. And he's going to abuse that. He escorts Gamble offline. And Gamble holds his ground. And eventually a little bit of contact, but nothing too bad. And Finley Gamble, at least for the time being, moves into 10th place. Ooh, that's sloppy by Volker. That's a little sloppy. I know we got a Volker cheering section, but that was a little sloppy. That was to use some hockey parlance, a hip check. And it looks like he's going to give that spot up to Finley Gamble as recompense. Race leader in the pits, Amarul Nam. And David Roth is going to continue on, so he's going to take over the lead. We're not at the point where they gotta switch. But, of course, with there being a 7 run today in a 6-hour period with 55 minutes, you're not going to stretch every stint to the maximum ability. Now, let's see here. Does the 8.6... Okay, so there's only 2 drivers in this car, so even money... Nam will rejoin the race or hand the car over to Nicholas Correa. For the time being, David Roth gets the lead in the 420. Pollicott rejoining from an off. It's not a battle for position. That is the Honda of Fajera up on him. Wayne Fajera. Maybe it wasn't. Jason Farmer on the tail of Spitzer. Lost that position not too long ago, though. I think Farmer has made an extra pit stop, though, on the Lambo that he's battling with for position. I am correct on that. So, essentially, all things being equal, a pit stop ahead. The stint maxes will be hitting about 4 minutes 10 or 4 hours 10 left in the race. And those who have not made their second pit stop will have to. Oral Shaw picking up a drive-through penalty, and it looks like they're letting Jaw continue in the race over putting Cedric Beer back in the car. Spits are going side by side with Farmer. Lambo holds off the Ferrari for the time being. There may be a second bio break required, unfortunately. Although for different reasons. Paul caught in the pits. And Lucas Joubert, the South African, has caught up to the back of fellow South African Ulrich de Jager. Must say, I don't hate de Jager's livery, but I am a little bit disappointed that for the creative genius that was his Server 2 livery, that this is what they are running in the Enduro. Amarul Nam, former leader at the race, making a move on Remy Cabes into 4th place. Still hasn't broken into the 206s, but does seem very good. Race leader David Roth is in. Now this is a 4-driver team, so that doesn't mean that Roth has to swap. Yeah, Paul Scrivar is taking over. I've commented on his first 2 Evolution Racing Academy victories recently, taking Server 2, not class victories, but overall victories at both Donington Park and at Silverstone. So he knows this track well. Remy Cabes is also in the pits, as well as Florian Volker. I would assume Volker would be a driver change because he is already double stinted at this point. And I would imagine they're not going to triple stint, but we'll find out. Hiko Dragon leads the race, but that is only a matter of time before Dragon gets into the pit lane in the number 181 car. Got about a max of 7 minutes. So 3 laps before he absolutely has to get diving into the pit lane. And he's going to do it this time. Should hand the lead back to the really the whole time leaders, the 751 of Christoph Peterson. By the way, he's doing some excellent laps, 2:06.82 last time around. Not a new fastest lap, but a very respectable one. Anybody who's doing, and another one there, 2:06.52. Anyone who's doing 2:06s consistently out here is they're doing a great job. We'll just leave it at that. And Dreisler rejoins the race for his second stint, taking the car over from Tobias Hartmann. Van Haas is back in the 930 car, and another swap in the 151 puts Mallorca out on track. And the other Policott, Andy Policott, has joined the festivities here for the third stint of the 27s race. Pressure on Dragon, who appears to have stuck in the car. Oh, no, never mind. Pascal Robel back into the car. And Paul Scrivaris is on the hunt. Ladies and gentlemen, we were on to bio break number 2. We are about 1/3 of the way through the festivities. I will initiate the auto director, but it didn't do anything last time, so cross your fingers. And hopefully it does something this time. And in the meantime, I will be right back fairly quickly to resume commentary duties. My apologies for the 2 bio breaks. We are just having one of those days. I have some medical issues that tend to be a bit of a problem. The auto director is not really cooperating with me. This is a shame. Blake Moore rejoining from an off. And to have a look at what's going on while I was gone. Christoph Pedersen still leads in the 751 car. The only one that seems to be maybe able to take the fight to them is the 869 car, but there is a lot of time left. Third place is Pascal Rodal in the 181. The 420 is in fourth place with Paul Scrivaris at the wheel. Jason Farmer going coast to coast is in fifth place. Then it is the 930 of Florian Van Haas. Christian Fengler, who we had up in the commentary booth for a little bit, is running in seventh place, back behind the wheel of the 30. And the car that has kind of slipped back a little bit after looking like it might be a podium contender is the number 42, currently driven by Jan Dreixler, who is currently running in 8th place, ahead of Daniel Matsushima in the number 12 McLaren. And rounding off the top 10, it is Andy Policott in the 27 Ferrari. Finley Gamble runs 11th, but has a drive-through penalty. And then it is Blake Moore directly behind. Fabio Vieiro is back into the Nubs Racing Division car, running 13th place. We have our first sighting of Gerhard Pistorius, running in the 72 Ferrari. Oral Ja, in the 68 Ferrari. The other coast-to-coast car, Lucas Joubert, in the 75, is running in 16th place. And of Wayne Fajera, 17th. Sean Young in the 400 is running in 18th place, ahead of Hans Martin Bartram. And bringing up the rear is Alessandro Mallorca in the 151 BMW, the pink Punisher. We're fairly gapped out right now, so we'll give the leader some of the spotlight. Christoph Pedersen, still leading for Nissan. So who have we not seen in the race yet? What drivers are we still waiting to have their first shot behind the wheel? In the 420, it is Roland Perrogs that we have not seen yet to date. Liam Smith just got into the 777 car, so they're in. I don't think we've seen the 435 Aston Martin be driven by Sebastian Lucasen yet. That is still on the table. And I don't think we've seen Matthias Wiedemann or Matthew East in the number 400 car yet. The 19 is also yet to be occupied by Flug Hung and Conrad Kuhn. And I don't think we have seen Bomar Mustafa in the 151 car as of yet. So, a couple of drivers yet to make their appearances. And plenty of time. Oh, Christoph Pedersen picking up a drive-through penalty while I was recapping that. All right. Something can, in fact, still go wrong for the 751 car. Should be mentioned their stranglehold on fastest lap has finally ended. It belongs to Amarul Nam in the 869 car. 2:06.047. And currently lapping very rapidly as Paul Scrivaris in the 420 picks up drive-through as well. Two of the top four with drive-throughs to serve. And we've seen a couple of drive-throughs here today. This is far from the first instance of them. There is, it's a still a wet track, still raining, And Silverstone is, at the best of times, at the driest of times, a track that encourages a certain level of disregard for the track limits vis-a-vis Maggots and Beckett's, as a particular example. But also the likes of Cops, and I believe it's Abbey is the other super high speed corner. Am I remembering my turn names correctly? Yes, I am. Cops and Abbey. Also, to a certain degree, Club seems is a source of a fair number of issues as far as track limits are concerned. Checking in on the two Nissans that have a drive-through to serve. And Paul Scrivaris is going to handle that now. Did he get slowed down in time? Depends what line it was. .420 car heads down the pit road to serve their pennants. This team is currently 6th in the championship, with a best result of 8th on the season. And the drive-through is cleared. Loses out to Farmer. It'll be very, very interesting to see what Farmer and Joubert are doing at the end of the race, because they are going coast to coast full 6 hours here today. And I know I wouldn't want to try to do that. There would be at the very least need for a pee break at some point during a pit stop. No penalties served yet from Christoph Pedersen. Out there doing 206s. Doing a good job. Only other person doing 206s consistently is Nam. There's a couple others. Further on down. Jan Dreisler is doing 206s on a reasonably consistent basis, or low 207s. Bartram in the pits in the 808. Not really any on-track battles going right this second. Kind of waiting for Pedersen to come in and serve the drive-through. That will likely hand the lead back to the 869. Could be close. There, brave running solo. I suggest single drivers should be forced to drink a pint of water. Now that's just being rude. They're gonna have to take a pee. There's gonna be a long pit stop. Don't make it harder for them, Wiley. Farmer's doing a good job out there. Reptile Racing with a fan club. Yep, they're in 3rd place in the 181 car right now. Rodell at the wheel. And Christoph Pedersen finally coming in to serve that stop-go penalty. Not stop-go, drive-through, pardon me. And the car we're looking at of interest is the 869, which is making its way through Brooklands and Luffield right now to Woodcote. And will probably, I think, take the lead by a decent margin. Here it comes now. And no! Pedersen manages to get out ahead. So Pedersen retains the lead. Joubert recovering from an off. But this brings back some on-track action between the 751 and the 869, which are, at least at the moment, keep in mind, we still have almost 4 hours to go. We are 3 hour 45 minutes in this race, so little over third distance. And obviously this is anybody's race still. But these are the two, right now, central figures in that battle. It's 751 versus the 869. Nissan versus McLaren. Right now. Vieira is being caught up to by Pretorius. Griffin Sim Racing trying to catch up to the Nubs Racing division. And there is, I do believe that is the reptile card behind of Rodell. Which runs in a distant but fairly comfortable third position. Kindly gets out of the way. If I'm the 869, I wanna put a little pressure on the 751. You're not gonna win the race here, but I want to make them think about it. I want to put that little bit of fear at the back of their head that the 869 is still around here, that it's still hunting. That it's still trying to make things happen. See if Amarul Nam can get that done a little bit. Catching up to some lap traffic. I think that's Andy Pollicott in the 27 car. Confirm. And he kindly gets out of the way. Smith recovering from a bit of an off. That Nubs racing machine has been slowly making its way through the field. Was looking like a tailgate entry for quite some time, but now is solidly in the midfield. Thanks to some improved driving from Fabio Vieira and some good work by Thomas Hagen. May fall victim to the South African duo Pretorius and De Jager before long. Presumably this is the last of Vieira's running today. If I'm not very much mistaken. Oh, no, never mind. May not be. For some reason, I was thinking that this car had 4 drivers. It only has 3. So, Viaro theoretically could still have a 3rd stint. Hagen's going to probably get 1 more, I'd imagine, and 2 for Sebastian. And there's that 7th stint that could go to Viaro. I don't believe there's any requirement for the drivers to do equal stint counts, but I would imagine that there should be something like that in play within the teams. Should be 2 stints apiece in the 3-car teams, and well, only 1 in the 4, and 3 in 2s. And of course, if you're going coast to coast, you're going to have all 7 stints. Which again, 2 crazy drivers are actually doing. Christian Fengler going side by side with Dreisler. Let's have a look, see here. Oh, Maggots and Beckett's. A little bit of physicality. Lambo versus Beamer. Pretorius all over the back of Viero. Ferrari versus Aston Martin. 2 legendary brands. Not really with necessarily a lot of like racing rivalry between the two, because Ferrari and Aston Martin have kind of played in different sandboxes as far as motorsport is concerned. But there is overlap in the GT3 and GTE ranks. A drive-through penalty for Liam Smith, who you can see in the... that's not him in the background. He's trailing this battle, but that is not him in the background there. Is the number 12 car of Mashuhita. Hima. Which currently runs in 9th place. the best battle on track right now. There's a couple of other simmering battles which might kick off before long, but this is the only one that's currently in the midst of it. Viero versus Pretorius. With Matsuhima looking to put the lap on them. Pit stops for both Pedersen and Nam. Might hand the lead over to Rodell. Assuming Rodell does not pit as well. I think Rodell's off sequence with them, so should just continue on his way. He will. Moving into the lead for the time being. Pretorius and Viero are put on hold for the moment, as Matsuhima is between the two of them. Nicholas Correa back in the car, as is Darius Shmielewski, who dominated the early proceedings in the 751. Although did not have a great second stint. His first stint was magnificent. His second stint was leaving something to be desired. So he's out there for a third time. Could be his last. Liam Smith in the wall. Let's have a look at what happened to the 777. Just picks up a little bit of curb. Actually does stay out of the wall, so lucky in that regard. And a drive-through penalty for the 22 Honda. That is the Fajada family car. Also, Oral Shaw in the 68 picking up a drive-through penalty as well. Shmielewski has overtaken Jordan Farmer, or Jason Farmer, for third place, and it was more than 15 seconds ago, so we will not get a replay of that action. .369 did do the coast-to-coast for fourth place in the opener of the season. So, looking for a fairly similar result right now. I think the real wild card is that number 42 car, because Dressler, seems to be able to run at very much the top-end paces, but Tobias Hartman, the second driver, has, at least so far today, been a little bit off the pace. So where that balances out will be pretty important. Carrera draws into third place, overtaking Farmer. There is our race leader, Pascal Rodell. Rodell does have some pit stops to catch up on. This is just the third stint of the race for this car, whereas the 751 is on its fourth stint, as is the 869. As Terrence Fajeda rejoins. Jason Farmer in the pits. There will be no driver change there. That is a coast-to-coast car. And the rain is still going to keep up for another 30 minutes at least. Here at Silverstone. Wet day. Some of that famous, famous British weather. The Arrow has been under pressure for Pretorius for quite some time and has held up remarkably well. Gerhard just cannot make him crack. In the background there, that is the not race leader, but effective race leader, the 751 Nissan coming up behind them. The 181 currently leads because of a pit off sequence. And there should be a more or less forced pit in about 11 minutes time, so about 5 laps from now. We should see a bit of a mad dash as the stint timers are getting to the point where they are going to max out for some of these cars. Not all of them, of course. Some have relatively recently changed up. Oh, what happened to Viaro there? I was just complimenting him, and suddenly we see him off the track here through Maggots and Beckett's. Just breaks loose. Personal best, by the way, for Blake Moore last time around. 2:08.69. For the other Lamborghini in the field. And we got some yellow flags out as Andy Pollicott and Jason Farmer have them on. Sean Young back out there in the 400. The AA driving school car. Should be his final stint. Pascal Rodell continues to lead, but is running out of time in this stint. We'll have to pit fairly shortly. 8 minutes from now, I believe, would be the max out point. Getting a little headlight flash for one of the blue flag cars. You never know what somebody's communicating with that. There are some people who use the headlight flash for, let's just say, very non-standard message communication. And a 10-second penalty handed out to Jordan Farmer, the 8th place running 369 car. It's going the distance, and it's not bad enough that they got to do the distance. They're also going to get a penalty. Getting a lot of shots of the Reptile racing car. One, because I like it, and two, because it's leading. I don't have any expectations it's going to stay in the lead, but it's leading for the time being, and we're going to give it a little bit of respect. Also, the fact that there are no particularly heated battles going on right now. Majorca and Polycott in the pits. As we have reached the 70 lap mark, 73 laps for the leader. Drive-through penalty for Christian Fengler, 7th place car, the 30 Lamborghini Maniac car, picking up a drive-through penalty. I do apologize for the yawning. It's not a boredom of the race. It's just did not get a great night's sleep last night. Maybe it was the nerves of knowing I was going to be doing a 6-hour race here. But I was up quite early, and not by design. I'll put it that way. Losing about a second a lap out there. 9/10 in this case. To the 2 cars behind him. But I don't think that they're his concern. I think the 181 knows that barring something happening, and there's a lot of time for that to happen, but barring something happening, they're looking at a 3rd place fight. As their peak. Blake Moore in the pits. Scrivaris and Van Hansen, or Van Haas, pardon me, in the 420 and the 930 into the pit lane. We'll see if Scrivaris gives way to Perox for his first shift in the car of the race. By the way, is why I would not do a 4-man team. 2+ hours into the race and he's not even gotten into the car. And Rodell pits from the lead. That will hand it back to Darius Chmielewski in the 751. Also should easily get cleared by Carrera. Should come out fairly easily in front of the 420 though. And in third place. And it is indeed Perox driving the 420 now. You can see the 420 is back at the Vale chicane at the lower right-hand corner of the track map. So I think Rodell should escape without too much issue in that regard. Matsushima up on the tail of Tobias Hartmann, who is back into the 42 car. Last time he was in the 42 car, he largely spent a fair amount of time going backwards. That's been one of the more pertinent, noticeable, impactful driving gaps. I will have to say, I don't think I'm going to be able to do much in the way of interviews after this race. I do think I need a nap. As Matsushima is into the pit lane, as well as Christian Fengler. Jason Farmer. 10-second penalty, putting the pressure on Remy Cabs up ahead. Cabs has been the weaker link of this 930 crew today. Not familiar enough with the driver to comment on the overall dynamic. And a drive-through penalty for Thomas Hagen, or I should say for the 435 car. That could also be attributable to Fabio Vieiro. Taking in to serve the drive-thru. And the 435 rejoins the festivities. Bit of a lapped car issue for the moment for Farmer and Capes. They will clear Sean Young. Flag out for Tobias Hartman. He appears to be okay. Blake Moore putting some pressure on Liam Smith for the final spot in the top 10. Smith picking up a drive-through penalty for, let's just say, creative track interpretation. Hollicott or Faher and Joubert are starting to kick off a little bit of a battle. Let's check in on that. Battle for 15th place. Faher in the Honda. Joubert sporting the McLaren. And going coast to coast. Liam Smith in the pit lane. That would be for a drive-through penalty. Been a while since deciding we put up a fastest lap of the race, PB. It's been an even longer while since we saw anyone put up a fastest lap, but haven't seen a PB a green lap in some time either. The hair down the inside, and we'll get the job done at least for the time being. Matt Ailing has come to a stop on track. What has happened to the number 12 car? Not honestly sure. But he is back on the road once again. Farmer on the backs of Cabes, and that is the 808 car of Setai that is currently in the way. Is the car running in last and 20th, and gives up another lap. Fahey off the track. What's happened here? Pointing a very wrong direction. Is the Honda just there? Honda just breaks loose. Must have had a puddle. A little bit of flashy of the headlights there from Cabes. Getting impatient with some of the blue flag traffic. Can't especially blame them. That's Polycott that they're lapping. Polycott loses control of the car, or did Farmer give him a head check? I didn't see any contact. Watching on the laptop right now. Okay, there was contact. Had to put that more on Polycott. You're under blue flag. There is no sense making things difficult. Looks like he got into something with Sitai as well. Drive-through penalty for Matt Ailing. That is the 9th place, number 12 car. Stretching my neck out a little bit here. As it's getting just a little bit cramped. Race leader had a brief yellow flag there. What happened? just a little loss of traction. It's either through Cop or Abby. I think that's from Abby. Gap at the front is down to 13.5 seconds. That's about as close as it's been between Shimluski and Pedersen and the rest of the field. Farmer's still putting the pressure on Cabes. Cabes has done a remarkable job of staying calm, clear, and collected under this pressure. It's been going for lap after lap after lap for quite some time. And despite the fact that Farmer is I would say on paper, a faster driver, all the standards are there. Cabes is just fast enough, and above all else, very consistent in keeping the position. Farmer, of course, has a 10-second penalty to serve at their next pit stop. And they will not be switching out of this car because they are going coast to coast. Speaking of pressure, Chris Policott has caught up to Sean Young. And behind them, that is, I think, Carrera, the second-place car, actually making its way through. That is the 869. Blue flag being shown to Sean Young. Cabes continues to be pressured by Jason Farmer. So we have officially crossed the halfway point about 30 seconds ago. Oh, we got a Caves cheering section, do we? That's good. It's nice to see the drivers having some cheering sections for me. Keep your energy. I will admit I'm having a hard time. I'm having a hard time. Part of my brain is like, go take a nap. Come back when there's like 90 minutes left. But who knows? Something big could break loose here in the next set of pit stops. couple battles are actually heating up. Caves and Farmer are catching up to Parox up ahead of them, who is the weak link in the 420 team. And is kind of falling back into their clutches. Pretorius is putting the pressure on Blake Moore as well, and Sean Young and Policott are not done, but admittedly at the same time it does feel like Policott will probably just pull away at some point from Young. Just has that pace advantage on paper. Gerhard Pretorius putting the pressure on Blake Moore. Oh, thank you, Antonia, but I don't think so. I feel like this is probably my weakest performance as a commentator. The digestional distress plus just generally not having a great night's sleep is it's getting in the way. Normally, I'd have a little bit more riveting trivia. And like just generally a more energetic, more enthusiastic form here, but little sleepy and a little bit discomforted. Let's just leave it at that. I'm not gonna make you guys deal with any of the let's just say specifics of my discomfort. Blake Moore overtaken by Pretorius. That happened very quickly. Let's get a replay here. Oh, it's through Maggots and Beckett's. Yeah, Pretorius just shows him the confidence on the throttle, and he gets through. Well, it is nice to be appreciated, but I do. Oh, we've lost a car somewhere along the line. Did we lose the Pink Pounder? No, the Pink Pounder's still out there. 151's still out there. Who have we lost? We were at 20. We are now at 19. Pay attention to the race and try to figure out who our missing driver is. So we had 6 Ferraris. It's a Ferrari we're missing. Okay. We had 6 Ferraris at the start. The 181 is still there. The 369 is still there. The 72 is still out there. It's the 777. It's the 777. Finley Gamble and the Smiths are missing. Hopefully that is a temporary predicament. We did earlier in the race lose contact with the 808 car, but it did actually come back. So hopefully the 777 can do the same. And make a reappearance here in the race. That is something I do like about ACC over, say, a game like Race Room or even the old classics Race 07, GTR Evo, Race On, Race Injection. Is if you do DC from a multiplayer server, there is a way back in. You can make your way back in, and particularly in a long race like this. You definitely do want to have that ability. But I'll do that myself. There's some oddities of the ACC, or at least there used to be. I don't know. I haven't done it in a while. Let me know if this is still the case. But for the longest time, and I assume still the case, you had to rejoin with who was the number 1 driver, which meant that the number 1 driver, whoever was listed as number 1 on the entry list, had to be there for the whole race in case there was a DC and they had to lead the team back in. So, if you volunteer to be the first guy, so the first guy in the race, but the first guy in the entry list, or first gal, you are looking at a pretty big responsibility. As we have a three-way fight for fourth place between Roland Perrox, Remy Cabes, and Jason Farmer. Admittedly, doesn't feel like a real battle. The 420 car has 3 drivers that are faster than Perrox in it as options. This is just Perrox's lone stint out there. He's kind of... He'll be giving the car over to Roth or Scrivaris or Lindbergh's, and they'll probably show these guys the afterjets at some point. Plus, Farmer has a 10-second penalty on the board. Now, granted, the chances of other people getting a 10-second penalty are relatively high. Definitely in play. So, feels like the 420's in the driver's seat and the 369 will drift a bit back of this fight once that penalty is in for service. And I'd say I doubt that Farmer can do the full 6 hours like this. That being said, he did pick up 4th in the opening round. Pardon me, 4th in the last round. So, and I assume he did that as a solo. So, there is there do be something in the water for Jason Farmer to do what he's doing, and with the aplomb that he's doing it. Race leader coming up behind them is the 751 of Spilewski, who is kind of pulling away from Correa. Correa's not... We've kind of said this. Correa's not the faster of the 2 drivers in that 869. Very consistent, though. Very, very solid. Very, very good enduro driver. Has all the hallmarks of a really solid co-driver. But has been the slower of the 2. And as a result, that has been... Schmielewski's time to shine and pour on the laps has been when Correa's been in the car. And he's putting up about a second a lap. So Moore's in the pits. Pretorius with a yellow flag. What happened here? Looks like problems at Cops or Abbey. Yep. A little overrun on the curbs. Does retain 10th place though. Farmer might finally have the move here on Cabs. Don't hit him. Don't hit him. The race leader is just very nervous right now. It's like, I don't really want to be close to this fight, but I kind of got to be. Oh, little check. I'd say that was fair. Cabs tried to close the door a little bit late there on the move, and I think as a result created the contact. The race leader is getting a little frustrated with being behind this, though. Farmer takes to the escape route and will lose all of that hard-fought gains. And drops back into 6th place. Cabe's had a bit of an off. Opens the door back up for Farmer. But Maggots and Beckett's comes along and Farmer has to straight line it. And picks up a drive-through penalty for their troubles. And is off the track again. Oh, that was into the pit lane. Okay. Okay. I didn't realize the pit lane was there. Did not realize. I don't think it was though. I think that might have been a return to pit. So the 751 has lapped all but second and third place, belonging to Correa and to Dragon. I think one of the cars with a more pronounced difference between the drivers is the 42 car, currently being driven by Tobias Hartmann. That is a car that is shared with Jan Dreisler. Drexler? I'm not sure how to say that. And the pace between them is a couple of seconds, and I can relate. I've been called up to the big team, so to speak, a couple of times myself. There was a time we were doing a 12-hour Suzuka race, and one of our team's cars that was normally driven by a kid named Cody, and then it'd be Cody, Steve, Peter, and then sometimes it'd be a fourth. Anyways, we were doing a event. Peter couldn't make it, so that team needed a new third driver, and the guy who normally did the fourth spot also wasn't available. So I got substituted in. I got voluntold to be the third driver in that team, and the entire 12 hours of me going, I am so much slower than you guys. This is not good. This is not fair. and falling backwards. Normally I'm with the old guys, Eric and Noel, who are like respectively old enough to be my dad. Honestly, old. They're both older than my dad, actually. They're both older than my dad, and yeah, I'm basically just asked to grind time for them because they obviously can't race for very long, and it works quite well. But yeah, I got promoted into the one of the two upper cars on the team. And was just like, man, I am slim. Farmer's still in the pits. That is a possible problem. Maybe he does have that bio break I was talking about. We were talking about how he might need a pee. That might be where we have hit. the only real battle going on the track right now. Direct battle, I should say. There are a lot of jostling for position and trying to come up with things elsewhere at play. But this is the only, like, wheel-to-wheel option really going right now. Still no sign of let up on the rain. We have rain scheduled for the next 30 minutes. Still don't know what's up with Jason Farmer. There is a problem there. Also, the 808 car is back into the pits after a relatively short outing. So that car is experiencing probably some kind of problem. And the race leader is in. Dariusz Smiluski into the pit lane again. This is their, I believe, fourth pit stop. They had a penalty, which put it at 5. Where's this 6? So this is their fourth one. So we've seen Smiluski for 3 stints. He might have a fourth in him. And we've seen Pedersen for 1. So I'm going to assume we're getting a swap in for Pedersen. Also, the pits is Correa, which is a little surprising. Correa came in notably later than Smiluski. So, a bit weird that the 751 and the 869 are pitting at the same time here for this particular swap over. And indeed, it is Christoph Pedersen taking over. And is there a switch going on for Nicholas Correa, who was on his second stint, so 1 less than Smiluski. It is a 2-driver team, so we could see the return of his teammate. We could see him for a 3rd stint. What I imagine will be his final stint. I could be wrong. Dragon has gotten in between them, but obviously he's a pit stop behind, essentially. Farmer has still not left the pits. And again, he is the one of the solo driving entries, so there is a chance that is of a biological nature. If you have any other ideas, chat, as to why Farmer's been in the pits for so long, feel free to express them. See what interesting conspiracy theories we can start. Matthias Wiedemann's finally in the 400 car. That's good. Been waiting for him. Yeah, I like to go 2 with Wiedemann and 2 with Murasanu first. So presumably it'll be Wiedemann, then Matthew East, then Wiedemann again. And then maybe Matthew East again, because I think that team must have cut one of its stints short to be on their 5th stint at this moment. They're gonna need 8 as opposed to the required 7. Drive-through penalty for Wiedemann. So, welcome to the race, kid. Well, I shouldn't say kid. I think he's older than I am. And has done some lovely work with deliveries for cyber racing. So, credit where due. How has that 400 car been doing this season? Is this a debut round for them, or have they been having some level of success? Uh, 25th at the Open. So, assuming they finish today, they will beat that as a new seasonal best. And Brock's still hanging on against Capes. He's getting them elbows out. And Tobias Hartman is off the track and returning. Just a moment. I'm going to change my cushion. I'll just be in the other room grabbing it, and then I'll be right back. Better cushion acquired. The relief. The relief. And a drive-through penalty for Correa. That is a big deal. Cedric Muir, by the way, back into his car. Matt Ailing in the pits as well. Should put, I imagine Darren Christie back in the car. But there are no rules or guidelines necessarily on that matter. Just know we haven't seen Darren Christie in a hot minute. Not since the opening stint of the race, where he was in the thick of it. Nope. Ailing is going to continue. All right. So he's going for a double stint. Seen Cedric Muir do some great things in Server 2. Recently departed Server 2 for Server 1, and I'm under the impression it's not been a great one. He's got speed. Remy Cade still putting the pressure on Ronald's Parox. And the race leader is off. There. Oh, just kind of had a moment where he took the sausage a little too hard. Phrasing intended. so Carrera's drive-through penalty, where is that going to put him? Yeah, probably still in third place. So he probably has enough clearance from Parox to avoid any problems. Just might help the 181 car out, maybe trying to get itself up into second place. And of course, it helps out the 271 car, pardon me, 751 car, because they are going to pull further to the good. Two and a half hours to go, so we're, what is that going to work out to? 5/12ths? 5/12 distance. Continues to put the pressure on. He really needs to break Parox, though, because, again, Parox is the junior partner, the low man of the totem pole in that four-man 420 crew. So, all he needs to do, well, I say that, and he hits the curbs a little bit hard, and he is going to lose that spot. What I was saying, before I was rudely interrupted by Roland's Parox not doing what I said he had to do, was making 55 minutes. And then his day was done, and Paul's and David Roth and Lindbergh's could take it all home. But alas, a moment of lackluster concentration, and Caves has got him. The 27 car, Chris Policott, is in the pits, as well as the drive-through serving Nicholas Carrera. Just see if Policott's going to do a driver swap or not. This is a three-person team. And if I'm not especially mistaken, we probably need to see... we'll probably still see Nathan Warren and then Andy Policott take the rest of the race. Is Andy taking the car over? Confirmation. A couple of pit stoppers also. Moore is in, as well as Mallorca. Sure if they'll go for driver changes. flag for second place man or woman, Heiko Drago. Just arm will spin. Happens in the wet. Should be about 3 stints left in the race. Is there any driver we have not seen in today's race? Oh, Sebastian Lucasen still has not taken the wheel of the Aston Martin Vantage from Nubs Racing Division, to my knowledge. Similarly, with the number 400 car, I don't think we've seen Matthew East yet. We are just now seeing Bomar Mustafa for the first time behind the wheel of the 151. The race has been going. It has been wet the whole time. There's been some excellent action, particularly early on. We're seeing a very strong day from Nissan. We're seeing a very strong day from McLaren and Ferrari as well. And there's a number of good action fights going on here. They're just kind of shaping up. We're in the middle of another pit stop sequence here, where people are heading into the pits to vacate the car, get to the next driver. Currently, you can see that with Chris Policott trying to give the car to Andy Policott in the number 27. And let's see, is Perrock still in the car? Nope, he is giving it over to Paul Scrivaris, taking over. Christian Spengler has handed the number 30 over to Martin Spitzer. Oh, and that appears to be it for Jordan Farmer. He can get back in, but Farmer was in the pits for quite some time. He was a coast-to-coast driver, which means he was driving this solo, and I wonder if it just kind of became too much for him. Tobias Hartmann's in the pits, as well as the only other coast-to-coast driver, Lucas Joubert. I've enjoyed the wet personally. This is me. Oral Jaw back out there, taking the car back from Cedric Muir, and putting the pressure on Florian Volker. Also seems to be some problems for the 4-5-3-5 car. Thomas Hagen at the wheel. He's in the pits for quite some time. Could have been for some damage repairs. Or there could have been some issues with the handoff. Grosjean looking down the inside. Don't think so quite yet. Maybe next lap. Well, the radar still calls for rain for the next 30 minutes at least. So at best, we might see things start to dry up in the last third. Matthew Spitzer in the pits. It's a relatively early pit stop from him. Oh, never mind. Spitzer was in the car for almost 54 minutes. Actually, had the longest stint going. The longest stint going with that pit stop in the books is just over 25 minutes for Wayne Ferreira in 13th place. On the tail of Florian Volker. Check back in with the leader, Christoph Pedersen. Still leading the race here by a fairly solid margin, doing some really excellent laps. And helped out here by the fact that Nicholas Carrera has had a spin while running in second place. The back end as they head into Abbey Corner. Again, apologies for the lethargy. Just a bad night's sleep, and I'm kind of just barely hanging on here. I will literally be heading for a nap directly after this race. XP battles going on right now, so let's give some love for the Purple Pounder, the number 151 BMW. It's been pretty much at the back of the pack all day, but it's still out there. They're still trying. They're still going for it. They're 8 laps down on the leader, and they don't care. Well, them not caring, I don't know about, but they're trying. They're still out there trying. And that is of huge importance. Personal best lap of the race for the number 435 Nubs Racing Machine, 208.877. That is their best lap of the day. It's not the best lap overall. That still belongs to the 869 car at 206.047. But hey, you take what you can get. You put up your best lap. That's all you can ask for. Sebastian Lukinson is finally at the wheel of that car. We're in a bit of a lull in the action. No one's really going tail to tail, bumper to bumper, wheel to wheel, outside of the clear blue flags. But they're trying to find those last little bits here that will, in fact, lead to that final showdown, maybe in the last hour. Approach 2/3 distance here at Silverstone. 4 hours out of the 6 hours allotted. Christoph Pedersen leads the way in the 751 Nissan. Second place belonging to Nicholas Carrera in the 869 McLaren. The 181 Reptile Racing Ferrari runs in third place, ahead of the 930 BMW and the 420 Nissan rounding off the top 5. Now that 930 car does have 5-second penalty at its next pit stop, which it will still need at least 3 more of, if I do my math correctly. New PB for the 435 car. 208. 327. Set by Sebastian Lukinson. Anyone in the dying stages of their stint? Not really. Longest stint currently belongs to Wayne Fahea of 33 minutes. So he's got another 22 minutes if he wants them. Another 11 laps or so. Happy to be watching him right now. Let's pick up a look at Ulrich de Jager, South African racer for Griffin Sim Racing. Currently runs in 9th place. And that's more or less where I expect him to be, honestly. There are still some handoffs of the baton to be done and everything, but everybody, I think, is on the same stint number, if I'm not mistaken. There are a couple of differing pit stop numbers because of penalties and whatnot, but I do believe that there is no one currently pit stop out of position. This is the order as the race sees fit. Oh, new personal best again from the 4535 car. Sebastian Lukinson ripping it up there. 208.32. Nothing spectacular, but doing his damnedest. Here on lap 103 of the race. Looks like one of the Ferraris ended up off the track a little bit. Who was that? Oh, pardon me, that was Lambo. So that would have been Christian Fengler. Getting a little out of shape. Lucas Joubert making way for Lukinson. Logistical Nightmare Racing continues to lead. Second place in both the first 2 rounds. A victory here would be very nice and would extend their championship lead over all comers, which is already fairly dominant. They have 203 points to their name. The next highest is 177. That is the the unstoppable conquering Nissan GTR Nismo here today. Oh, we do have something kicking off. Oral Shaw has caught up to the back of Florian Volker. Battle for 10th place here. Between the 612 Lamborghini and the 68 Ferrari. Lucason's now down to 207s, 207.997. Fastest lap of the race, or not personal best lap of the race. There we go. Not fastest lap of the race for the 435 car. Catching up to Fengler here, but Fengler's in 6th place. This would just be taking a lap back from the Lamborghini. Not an actual battle for position, which is what this one up here is, between Oral Shaw and Florian Volker. And the stint times, we're getting there. Longest stint has gone over 40 minutes. That is Matthias Wiedemann and Wayne Fajera. Shortest stint, 18 minutes for Drexler. So a fair amount of time left for some people, but getting towards the end for some others. In terms of probably their race, at least the stint. 12 minutes or so. And presumably at this point you would be leaving it up to your teammates if you got them. But there are, of course, a number of there's a one-man car and a couple of two-man cars, so they may still have a double swap in them. Either that, or they would swap to the other driver and then get it handed back to them for the finish. Oralja a little clumsy there. Ends up off the track and live to fight another day, Mr. Volker. Lucasen injecting some life into this race with a number of PBs and also catching up to the tune of a half second to Oralja. Aston Martin v Ferrari once again. Carroll Shelby versus Enzo Edino Ferrari. Oh, looking aggressive. He's putting the wiggle on Oralja. Says, I'd like that top 10, please. Shaw struggling under the braking stresses. He's going to lose that spot to Lucasen, I think. Yep. And there goes, not important, but Fengler trying to get through to lap him in the Lamborghini. And Lucasen looking to make it 2 for the price of 1. And he gets a second one this lap, moving into the top 10 by displacing Florian Volker. Not sure if there's much more life in him. He's now 58 seconds behind Ulrich de Jager. Just a shade over 2 stints left. Matthias Wiedemann's having some interesting issues. Can Jaw find his way around? Florian Volker. We'll see. Lucasen just said goodbye. And is disappearing up the road. Jaw trying to be a mover and shaker. Here, what could be the last he sees of this race. There are 2 stints left. Those might both go to Cedric Buren. Rodell lapping them, so that'll probably put it a little bit on pause. Florian Van Haas has been doing an excellent job. He's got his car up into 4th place. Generally speaking, that car has been going forward when he's been in the field and backwards otherwise. Florian Volker hits the pit lane. Did have about 20 minutes left on his split timer. So it's not going to quite work out right, is it? 1 hour 53 left. 2 times 55 would be an hour 50. So probably about 3 minutes and a half too early. If you want to work it optimally. I would not be pitting until at least the next 3 minutes are up. Another lap for Flunghund. It's out of the way as the leader comes through. And a stop-go penalty for Blake Moore. 30 seconds in the pit lane. Everyone should be able to stretch their current stint on to pit and have only one more pit stop required. Fair in and more in. Should be okay. I think they're a little bit early though. Well, I guess for more, it's absolutely fine. Just about is for Fahea, who heads back out. Terrence taking his spot in the car. And yeah, he'll just be able to make it on one more stop. We are about 53 minutes away from the teams being able to make their final pit stops and set things for the remainder of the race. Give the car to who they want in these final moments. Who's going to make the pit push for the checkered flag? There's still a fair bit to play for. I mean, the gaps are there in a lot of ways. The 751 has the lead by a significant margin. Carrera probably in second place. But there's still stuff to play for. Scrivaris in the 420 is still trying to chase down the 930 of Van Haas. And further back, there's some gaps that are still mutable in a big way. Rain's still not letting up anytime soon. Peterson in, possibly to end his day. Or he may have the last one. Or he may still go out there for a double shift. We'll find out. Second place belongs to the 869 McLaren. Third place to the 181 Ferrari, the Reptile Racing Crew. 930 of Van Haas and Company is in fourth place. And then it is Liam's Nissan, the 420. Paul Scrivaris at the wheel right now. The Lambo Maniacs are in sixth place with Christian Engler at the wheel. Jan Dracer for Skidmark Racing is in seventh. Heading into the pits now is the Proper Racing driver Matt Ailing. Could be the end of his day. Ulysses de Jaeger in the Griffin Sim Racing is 9th. And rounding off the top 10 is the Nubs Racing car of Sebastian Lucassen. Vangler picking up a drive-through penalty. So that's complicating the battle for... Well, not really in a battle, to be honest. Fairly ahead of the 42 and fairly behind the 420. But those can certainly add up. Surprisingly, we lost 2 cars. Almost was 3 as the 808 left the server and came back. We lost the 777 and the... who's the other one? Gamble and the Smiths left. They were the 777. Oh, right. Coast to Coast... Jason Farmer. We lost him. Learning to serve the drive-thru. Could be the last penalty of the day. I kind of doubt it. I do need one more bathroom break. I'll be right back. We keep rolling. And you guys can follow the race leader, Dariusz Smitluski, once again. Alright, I am back. For hopefully the last 90 minutes here. Hopefully! We do have a fight going on finally once again. Christian Fengler has been caught by Jan Deschler and by Remy Cabs. The pressure is on. So three-way scrap for 5th place. Actually, 4th place, because Fengler is only about 1.5 seconds behind David Roth. So we've got serious positions to be played for still. The podium looks fairly settled. Everything else looks fairly settled. That being said, 92 minutes is a long time for me to consider anything special, anything settled. Hence why I'm going with the fairly settled descriptor. Also going to bring the microphone up a little bit. That should be a little bit better. We're not on the final stint yet. We're on the stint before the final stint. We're on the penultimate stint. There's a couple of people who might have really timed their last pit stop kind of poorly, though. One of them is quite possibly Christian Fengler. The other is quite possibly actually Drechsler, because they might still need 2 more pit stops, because currently, as it shows, they are 48 minutes and 51 minutes into their stint. The maximum stint length is 55 minutes. It's going to be hard to see them not having to pit twice to get this job done. They're going to have to have basically they're going to have a short stint at the end. They're not the only ones. There are other cars that are in similar problematic states. Ulrich de Jager, Sebastian Lukinson, as well as Andy Policott are kind of in the same boat. So those 5 cars, and the second place car of Pascal Rodel, who will probably fall to 3rd. We've known that for some time. They're the ones that are... They're a little bit off sequence for idealness, I guess is what I'm saying. And they basically have an extra pit stop to make down the stretch here. So that works out really, really well for Cabes. And it works out really, really well for the 420 car of David Roth. Because they presumably have 1 less pit stop to make on Fengler in the 30 and the 42 of Drechsler, who's heading in right now for what will be his second to last pit stop. Because I do believe that there is no way for this to be the final one. Because, again, the maximum split length is 55 minutes. I think most of these other cars are going to be able to pit just once more down the stretch. Checking out the stint times right now. The 751 is on 16 minutes. 52 minutes, like I said, for the 181. That one's going to have to make 2 pit stops. The 869's on 15 minutes. 9 minutes on the 420. 9 minutes on the 930. The 30 is going to have to make another pit stop because it's on 50 right now. 52. Well, Dressler's in the pits right now. That's not a important one. Matsushima is on 16 minutes. Dunger, like I said, is on 51. 52 for Lukinson. Cedric Mears on 10. 20 for Fahea. That's also going to require a second pit stop, actually. The Fahea car, the number 22 car, is, I think, going to have to pit. What? That's going to be really close. That's going to be really close. Same with the number 400 car, currently driven by Matthew East. And the back of the pack is fine, minus Policott. Policott's in the pits now. Joubert's in the pits now. And there is Rodell coming down the pit lane. It's the 181 Currently running in second place, but has gotten its pit strategy, I think, a little bit wrong. Still probably on the podium, though. Yeah, I think so. I think so. I think they'll be able to beat the 420, even with the extra pit stop. We'll find out over these last 88 minutes. Lucasin also in the pits. And Matthew East overtaking Joubert. Now, mind you, Joubert was coming out of the pit lane, so I expect a relatively aggressive strike back here. Joubert's had a really solid day when you consider that he's been in the car the entire time. Like, he is up over 4.5 hours of car time here today. Has no teammate. We lost a car while I was gone, maybe? No, I show 18 on my... This is weird. I show 18 on my race control, but I'm seeing 17 in the game tower. Who's... Oh! Oh, I see. I'm missing 17. Okay. I got it. I show the 808 as being in 18th place still. It's in 17th place. I see. It's just a lap count thing then. Who'd we lose? We lost the Pullicots. Andy and Chris Pullicott and their third driver are seemingly out of the race. Disconnected from the server. Hopefully they make it back. It would be a shame to come this far and not secure a result here today. No close on-track battle. We're still kind of waiting for these last couple of pit stops to sort themselves out. Who got it right? Who got it perfect? Who's got that extra pit stop? I think there's about 5 cars that need an extra pit stop. One of them is the Lambo Maniacs number 30 car. Coming in now, there will be another pit stop required. Yeah, the key right now is everybody wants to get enough to have enough time left in their current stint to make their next pit stop the last one. Well, to be clear, everybody's almost everybody's next pit stop is going to be their last one. Let's see, is there anybody that's outside of that? So we have 23 minutes left, so they need about 28 minutes of time left in their stint. Who might not make that? I think everyone's good at this point. Everyone's good for the next pit stop to be their last one. The only two I see as questionable are the 22 and the 400. They are a little bit questionable as the race leader dances with the 151 with a little bit of bad blue flag behavior. Remy Cabes in the 930 is still trying to catch up to the 420 of David Ruff. Nissan versus BMW, front engine car versus front engine car, Monster versus Monster. This is for 4th place. Behind the 751, the 869, and the 181. So in the lead is the 751, the Logistical Nightmare Racing Nissan. Followed by the Everest Racing Team McLaren. Followed by the Reptile Racing Ferrari. Followed by Liam's Nissan, the Nissan GTR. Then we have our first BMW in the field. The BMW M4 GT3 crew. Then it's the Lambo Fanatics. The number 30 Lamborghini in 6th place. Then it's the Skid Mark boys running in 7th in the 42 BMW. And it's the Proper Racing McLaren in 8th place. The Griffin Sim Racing Ferrari in 9th. Then it's the Nubs Racing Aston Martin running in 10th. Elijah's Red Bull Miami Ferrari in 11th. Player One Racing bringing the Honda in 12th. Matthew East for AA Driving School is in 13th. Lucas Schubert in another Griffin Racing team. Nate Warren, the race gang from ERA. Boomer Mustafa for Nico ARC. And finally, SWD Flug Hund for JP Motorsport. I assume they have a different name because that's just a base livery, but I do not have. Well, I guess I could look it up. Who's the 808 team? 808. 808. Mulek Express. Okay. Fastest lap of the race still belongs to the 869 car. 206.047. A number of guys have been down in the 206s today. The leader has a 206.23, 206.912 for the 181, 206.617 for the 420, 206.115. Very impressive lap for the 42. Those are the cars that have been in the 206s today. Track is still projected to be wet in 30 minutes time, which will be when the final pit stops are in play. How many of these cars are going to the final? Checkered flag. I know one that is. Pardon me, how many drivers? We have at least one driver, Lucas Joubert, who is going coast to coast today and doing his best. We lost the other one trying to do that, Jordan Farmer. This is the closest battle out on track. Remy Cabe's trying to catch up to David Roth. Battle for 4th place. Surprised this track has not gotten like worse overall this rain. Just kind of maintained a fairly consistent wetness rather than going into a full-on flooded or otherwise compromised stage. Lost somebody. We lost the 72. We've lost the 72. It's the Griffin Ferrari. And we only lost 3 cars in this race, but they're all Ferrari. Well, 3 out of the 4, I think, are Ferraris. Good morning, Mr. Well, it's not morning. It's early evening here. But good day to you, Mr. Perox. Oh, 72 is back. All right. They managed to load back in. Hurrah! Gabe still gives chase. Gap is closing. But a very good lap for Cabes. Coming on strong against the 420. Under 20 minutes before the teams can make their final pit stop and set themselves up for the final stint. Now they can do that later, in some cases anyways, than 20 minutes. Actually just about everybody can. The only exception is the number 68 car of Cedric Muir. He is going to have to basically pit right on the nose. Hello, Chris. What's with all this morning crap? It's not morning. Has anything happened in the last 30 minutes? We had a car retire and then come back. I've had a couple pit stops in the last 30 minutes. Groundbreaking stuff? No, not really. There's been a lot of speculating about who's got their pit stop timing just right. I think a couple of cars were a little off. For whatever reason, there's of course totally acceptable reasons to have gotten it wrong. Damage at some point, contact with another car, emergency. I mean, it is probably morning somewhere. It's just not morning, I think the places that matter for our particular conversation. You'd have to go out in the Pacific Ocean to find morning people right now. Boy, am I struggling here. I do apologize for lackluster commentary. I am just kind of tired. I had a bad night's sleep. Christian Fengler. Probably that'd be Martin Spitzer, actually. Diving up the inside. No, that wasn't Spitzer. Who is that? Ah, that's the second place car. That's name. Diving up the inside. My apologies. Wrong. Black and red. It's not the action. Honestly, it's not the action. It's not the boringness. It's not anything like that. It's just I don't know. I think the nerves got a little bit better of me. I ended up waking up really, really early this morning, and unintentionally. So I've been up for longer than probably. Like I didn't get enough. I didn't get enough sleep. That's what it comes down to. And also having a slight medical problem that I will not go into any particular details on because it's gross. So between those two things, I'm in just a little off my game. Because there's been stuff happening pretty consistently throughout this race. There's been stuff to speculate on from a strategic standpoint, a long view standpoint. Who's using their stints really solidly? What driver is going to be in the car for the final stint? There has been a ton of interesting stuff that I could easily dive nose first into and get really entertaining. And I just don't quite have the energy. Slash, I've had 3 prolonged bathroom breaks. Oh no, it's just I'm not gonna feel any better grossing people out there, Chris. That's all there is. Let's just leave it at it's a digestive problem, and it's not pleasant, and it's a bit gross. There you go. We'll leave it at that. Guys are flirting a little bit at the outside of cops, I'll say that much. The Forbidden River. Kinda, yeah. Yeah. Just complications of my medical issues of the past couple years. I had cancer. So there are some things that commonly occur when you have cancer that kind of stick with you. And this is one of them. Where like I'll just, for no particularly good reason, no particular pattern, I'll have a couple of days where I just like the digestive system just is not working properly at all. And today is the day that decided to be a thing. So I have that. Plus, again, I woke up at like 5 a.m. And to be clear, I did not mean to be awake at 5 a.m. This was one of those, why am I awake? It's dark out. Look at the clock. It's 5:07. Go to sleep. Try to go to sleep for like 20 minutes. Can't get to sleep. So, yeah, it's not an action level. It's not a race issue. I'm just tired and a little my stomach's a little upsetty spaghetti. But yeah, by the standards of a 6-hour race, this has been... The action level has been very, very solid. We've had side-to-side battles. We've had penalties. We've had a reasonably competitive race. Things are a little bit settled right now, but you never know. They could break open again. But, yeah. The field's got a pretty solid parity, honestly. We're dealing with what, 3.4 seconds from first to last in terms of like fastest lap. 3.6, pardon me. 3.6 seconds. And that's, Silverstone in the wet. So. That's fairly impressive. Do have a... That does not look good for Tobias Hartman in the 42. What happened here? Just got a little too much curb. And goes into the wall, and that is going to be some painful damage. If he could drag it for 9 more minutes, he can make the last pit stop and get the repairs done then. The 930 continues to try to hunt down the 420. David Roth at the wheel being chased by Remy Cabs. 30-second penalty handed out to the 151 car. Not especially a problem. The 151 is it's where it is. It's 16th place on its own. It's 2 laps behind car 27. It's 2 laps ahead of 808. So not really much to speak of there.
What's the mount?
Sorry, my phone going off. That might have been picked up by the mic. Alright. Well, this is the only battle going on track right now. Basically, everything else is kind of just waiting for that last pit stop. That last home run. Everybody, I think, is going to make it to making their next pit stop their last. The longest active stint right now is Terrence Fajeda, who's at 48 minutes. So they got 7 minutes on the clock. And that'll take them to 54. So they'll be fine, I think. The only question is, do they end up making another pit stop anyways because of damage, penalty, etc.? Not sure why it had Lucasen side by side with someone. He is not. Drive-through penalty for Mustafa. So in addition to the 30-second penalty, Mustafa has picked up a drive-through. That's not good. Although, like I said, there's not really much to Mustafa's race right now. It's what it is, basically. And heads in for the drive-through penalty as we speak. The 151 Pink Pounder. Now, Cab's picking up a drive-through. That is more important. And probably music to the ears of certain team members of the 420 car. Because that probably ends the assault on your 4th place position. As long as you, too, do not get a penalty. In which case, things go back to being interesting again. And in goes Caps. For Caps. For the drive through Pendleton. And our race leader continues to be Darius Miluski. Now, does Pedersen take over for the last 55 minutes or no? That is the question. Smidlewski's been doing the better work of the two, but Pedersen's kept the lead when he's been giving it to him, so they probably have been the 1A, 1B out here today. Getting the job done and doing really solid work. And as a result, with basically a pit stop to go, they're staring at about a minute lead. 58.3 seconds at the moment. Pick up the number 75 car, Lucas Joubert, who is doing the coast-to-coast here. Still doing stunningly well, putting the pressure on Matthew East right now. Honestly, I tip my hat to anybody who's running this solo and is just still in the race. That's an amazing task of mental fortitude and stick-to-itiveness, tenacity, stubbornness. Proper Stormlander. David Roth. Not sure what happened there. Brief yellow flag. Alright, Terrence Fahea is the first one in for what might be their final pit stop. Technically, it's still a little over 55 seconds on the clock. But I guess they didn't really have a choice. They could not go into the lap without going over the 55-minute limit for the stint. So, as long as things don't go too long into extra time, they should be good. A couple other coming in the pits. We got Flug Hud in the pits, as well as Tobias Hartman. Mustafa is cutting the grass. It will, in theory, be Wayne Ferreira to the end. Let's see what Hartman and East and Flughood do. Oh, here we go. Conrad Kuhn, who's not been in the car all day. See, I don't know about the wisdom of that. here's your last run of the day. Oh, by the way, you haven't had any wet weather running today. Not sure about that one. Matthew East will wrap it up for the 400 crew. And in the 42, it's going to be Jan Dressler replacing Tobias Hartman. There will be no interviews today. Unfortunately, I am going for a nap right after this race. Darius Smidlewski's into the pit lane. Will Smidlewski bring it home, or are we going to see another run of Pedersen? Or Peterson, I suppose it could be. Does 9 have any shot here? Well, no. He has to make a pit stop, right? Right. That would be the end of any thoughts of like, can you jump them the pits? No, you also have to make a pit stop. Daniel Matsushima in as well. So it will be Christoph Pedersen to take it to the checkered flag. 51 minutes to go. Couple of cars basically gonna have to come in next time around, including the third place option of. Never mind. Nine will finish up for the 869. Peterson for the race leader, the 751. And coming out of the pits for the 420 is Ernst Limbergs. I thought it would be him. And Darren Christie's back in the 12. John Drescher, as we said, going to finish up the race. Wayne Fahea, Matthew East, and finally Conrad Kuhn getting his first action of the day. The Joubert planted in the wall. What happened here? Ooh, that's a bad. Yeah, it's not good. Nah, it's not good. Does get it back on track, though. Closest battle. And it's not really one because it's Ernst Limbergs versus the number 30 crew currently driven by Martin Spitzer. Spitzer's got a pit and still has to make not necessarily a driver change. They could go to the end with Spitzer, but there is a pit stop still to go. And speaking of pit stops, Remy Cabs is in for his. See if he gives the car over or not. Or will he be the one to bring this to a close? Florian van Haas to finish off the race for the 930 crew. So we still need the 181 to pit, the 30 to pit, the 435, the 68, the 75, '27, and 151, and then there's a maybe on the number 72. No, 72's got a pit too. About a half dozen or so still to pit. Congratulations, Flug HUD. You got it done. Hope you enjoyed yourself. Cedric Muir is in the pits for the final pit stop for the 68 car, or at least the final scheduled pit stop. There's still penalties on the table. There's still damage on the table, obviously. Oh God, you drove in slicks in in this weather? Oh boy, you get a big old salute then. That must have been an absolute nightmare. Not much to race here for the 420. The 30 up ahead still has to pit. And that will promote them to fourth. And I don't think a podium is really on the table. I mean, I guess it's not unthinkable. But it would require, I think, a couple of penalties coming into play. Which we have seen a lot of those. We've seen a number of drive-thrus, number of 10-second and 30-second penalties. You guys just skip the 10 or the 20. Conrad Kuhn, by the way, has the fastest lap of the race for the 808 car, going at a 2:09.707. That is the best that car has done all day. Does make me wonder if perhaps he should have had more than one stint in the car. Well, that's good. Still, that's gonna be a heart attack and a half to have the absolute wrong season of tires out on a track like this. Would not want to race it in slicks, that's for sure. Would not even want to tiptoe around this track in slicks. This is wet. Lucas Joubert is in for the final pit stop of his scheduled day. Drive-through penalty. I said all those nice things about Conrad Kuhn and how he was putting up a good pace and everything, and then he picks up drive-through. Limburg's up on the tail of Spitzer, but again, Spitzer has to pit, so there's not really a lot of reason to go for this hard, unless you just want to make a point, which I guess is on the table. Again, Limburgs doesn't really need to get past the number 30. Is kind of the problem here. Mustafa heading down the pit lane for a 30-second penalty and what should be the final pit stop of the race for that car. Lucas Joubert, handy moves it around there. Kuhn in to serve the drive-through. Next lap, we should see probably Dragon, Lucasen, and Warren probably come in. They don't absolutely have to, but I think it would be advisable. And there goes Martin Spitzer down the pit road for the final time. At least the final planned time. I'm gonna keep saying final time. I'm going to cast or screw somebody at some point. And they're gonna come out of the pits and get immediately plowed. Now, will it be Fengler back in the car? That's the question. Doesn't look like it. It's going to be Spitzer to the end. The Lambo Maniacs. "38 minutes to go." Couple of cars still need to pit. The one in the most need is Nathan Warren. He's at about 51 minutes into his stint. And we'll have to give this car over. Well, he could also finish the race, but he's either going to finish the race or pit, get new tires, or whatever needs to be done. And either stay in the car or head it over to one of the polycots. Sebastian Lucasen setting a new personal best, 2:06.942. Very respectable. Fastest lap of the race is only about 9/10 faster than that. So very nice. And it's not like everybody's tumbling their best laps right now. So that's just proper goodness. It's not a track condition change by the looks of it. Lucasen is still in need of a pit stop. He's got 5 minutes left in his stint timer. So, this lap or next. And similar stories for Warren as well as Dragon. Also, De Jager needs to pit still. And that would be it. Those are the last four. Warren in the pits. And there you go. See, is he going to finish the race or is he going to hand it over to one of the polycots? Looks like he's going to go for a start and a finish. Nathan Warren rejoins the track. So still needing a pit. Ulrich De Jager, Sebastian Lucasen, and Hiko Dragon. Christoph Peterson having a fantastic day. Along with his teammate Dariusz Smilewski. They have I don't want to say dominated, it's a little too strong of a word, but they've been in control of this race for a long time. They've been calling the beat to which others either have to dance or they just fall further behind. And I salute it. You know who might just be on the edge of the stint limits? Oral Ja in 10th place. Might have a slight problem. Lucasen's in. Dragon's in. Good evening. It's a lovely 5:30 in the evening for me. There goes. Is it going to be Lucasen? It's going to be Lucas into the end. The Nubs Racing guy, I think, is he on a triple stint? Basically didn't play any role in the race and then triple stints at the end. Interesting idea. And Pascal Rodell will finish up for Reptile. Alright, with those two pit stops out of the way, we for sure still need to see the 72 car come in. And I am worried that the 22 car may end up with a too long of a split. Depends on how things are handled as far as when the clock stops. Yeah, I forgot you're on the other side of the pond. Yes, I am. I'm out here in Canada. Are fairly spread out. The closest battle we have is Nathan Warren trying to track down Matthew East. The 400 versus the 27. Just waiting for the last couple of pit stops to wrap up. By the way, Conrad Kuhn with another personal best, 209.36. That is the best for the team as well. So the overall fastest lap is not coming down, but there are a couple of drivers out there that are at least doing PBs or Team Bs, I should say, during the session. Still waiting on a pit stop from Ulrich de Jager. As still has 12 minutes left in his stint, so it's not an emergency. Can get 5, maybe even 6 laps out of it still. It's just if I'm gonna hand the car over to a teammate, and maybe he's not, maybe he's just gonna do another stint. I'd want to give them a little bit of a chance to get warm and, have a little fun. So I probably would have aimed to get them at least 30 minutes in the car. And like I said, there is still some concern that Wayne Fajeda has the split time to actually make it to the end. It has been raining the whole race. Fairly hard. It's starting to die off now, but this one's going to finish wet. Never got to monsoon conditions or anything like that. Never got flooded, but it has been a wet day for the 751 of Christoph Peterson, as he still leads. Has led more or less the whole day. A couple other cars got to put a couple laps in the lead when he pitted, but when they pitted, I should say. But this car's been the odds-on favorite to pick up the W since pretty much every lap we've been on. Nate Ward trying to get up into 13th place, putting the pressure on the 400 car of Matthew East. He's been faster than East by about a second, but penalties have been a thing. Obviously, carnage. I wouldn't say even like a lot of carnage, but a little bit of carnage, a little bit of penalties, and that is set us up as is with Matthew East trying to bring it on home. Still so weird seeing him in anything but a Beamer. I really liked his BMW livery when I started, for the first 2 seasons I did, Server 2. Sorry, my foot's just, leaking something from the blister, and I was like, oh, that's a little alarming. Alright, there's the Jaeger in. So De Jager is the last one that absolutely has to pit. Like I said, I'm still worried about the 22 car, and that it's going to run out of time in its stint, but we'll see. But aside from that, everybody else is good till the end. Six minutes to go. Somewhere in the vicinity of 13 laps. So if that is the case, we'll finish up today at 167 laps of Silverstone. And there's no big carnage. There was a little bit of stuff in the early going. Christian Fengler got rear-ended by one of the BMWs. I think it was Van Haas, but I'm not entirely sure. That caused a little bit of a chain reaction, but for the most part, it was pretty good. And I've largely been impressed with what I've seen. Jaeger back in. I wonder if they forgot to swap drivers. Everything else is largely settled, barring, any last-minute gas miscalculations, penalties, drive-throughs, accidents. They're all in play with 23 minutes to go, but this is the only straightforward, we're still battling it out, we're still throwing bolos at each other, positional battle. 420 Nissan being a little, dare I say, a little bit impatient, given that there's not really anything it's racing for. Drive-through penalty for Matthew East. That'll settle things. Who was approaching the battle for 13th? That was the 420 car of Limburg's. And East has to go in for a drive-through penalty. So that more or less terminates the battle anyways. .22 car is still going to be tight on split time, but I think unfortunately that's the last mystery, the last piece of the puzzle. Recap. Christoph Peterson leads the way in the 751 Nissan. Is the McLaren the 891 of the man who has the fastest lap, or the female who has the fastest lap, or the it that has the fastest lap? Amarul name. Third place belongs to Pascal Rodel in the lovely Reptile Ferrari. Fourth belongs to the mostly Latvian team, led by Ernst Limburgs. In fifth place, we have the Florian Van Haas-led MVM team. Then it's Martin Spritzer and Christian Fengler in sixth with their Lambo. Following that is Darren Christie, who had a very off-putting early race where he started in fifth position and went backwards to about 13th. So to get back up to seventh is it's pretty good. Jan Dreisler. The problem for you is your teammate Tobias Hartman did not really keep up their end of the mark because you've had the pace to challenge, possibly even for a win, and that's been taken away from you. Sebastian Lucassen is ninth, followed by Oral Ja. The questionable pit stop of Wayne Ferreira, the only one who might still need to do one. And Gerhard Pretorius in 12th place. You have Nathan Warren, Matthew East, Lucas Chabert. That's about it. Closest battle is Oral Ja, being about 2.5 seconds back of Lucassen. But Lucassen is lapping significantly quicker at the moment. Welcome to Miami. Drive-through penalty for Majorca, the 151. Not much to talk about there. That car's up a lap on the 808 and behind 3 laps. Pardon me, to the 75. So there's nothing really changing there. Oral Ja with a brief lapse of concentration. covers it nicely. Could be the final drive-through of the day. Alessandro Mallorca. Rolling on down. And rejoins the festivities. Rodell is off the track. Quite a ways off the track is the Swiss driver. What happened there? I don't know. Puddle? Snap of oversteer? I don't know. It was a little bit weird. Looks like Wayne's gonna make it. Just under the line as far as the limit is concerned. Cutting it close though, 22. Cutting it close. Rain letting up in 30 minutes. Too bad the race will be over. Not very useful on that one. Conrad Kuhn has done a PB. 209.192. That is the fastest the 808 McLaren has done today. Keeps doing that. This is the closest gap on the track. Jada Fajera. Oh, the post-commentary nap is going to be glorious. I'm just saying. Well, you know what? I say this, and then I realized I went to bed tired last night, and ended up awake at 5 in the morning. Well, he needs to give more of a chance there. How do I say your name? Marau? Because it's it is closing. It is closing, but it's still at about 5 seconds. Pretorius with the save. New personal best for Sebastian Lucasen. 206.825. That is also the fastest of the group. And Christoph Peterson, the race leader, having a brief off, but seems to be Okie dokie. Of course, the big concern here is who's got enough fuel on board as well. The only person who has to worry about the statistics of the matter, the split time of the matter is, like I said, it's Wade Fajera. It's close. It's I think it's gonna make it, but it is quite close. Ah, Mario Ferreira. Well, hello, Mario. Seen you in the field before. See a lot of promising building blocks. The Iron Cup in general on Sundays has been very, very good this season. I've been very, very impressed with the level of commitment from the Irons. And I'm not even talking about the Paul Scrivarises of the world, who probably shouldn't have been Iron to begin with. But just the Iron class in general. As it's taken the fight to the silvers and, or probably the bronzes, and even the silvers in a way that we have not seen in the 2+ seasons I've been doing commentary. Alright, with about 10 minutes to go, it is again Christoph Peterson leading from Amarul Nam, from Pascal Rodel, from Ernst Limburgs, Florian Van Hess, Martin Spitzer, Darren Christie, Jan Dreisler, who probably should have more, Sean Lucassen, Oral Ja, Wade Fajea, Gerhard Pretorius, Nathan Warren, Matthew East, Lucas Jobert, who gets a big round of applause for going start to finish 6 hours in the car. I couldn't do it. Alessandro Mallorca and Conrad Kuhn. Yep, I know Scrivaris got promoted. I think Parax got promoted as well. And Casey Jones got promoted from the bronze standings. You have to redo my little spreadsheet for all the standings work. Everything's going to change. Heading into round 5. Minutes change to go here at Silverstone. I always got my homework. I like to run the numbers during the race. I like having a spreadsheet ready that I can edit. Also, I I get why it does it, but the web page factors in scratch scores in its standings, which obviously the scratch scores happen, but I think and this is not a Evolution Racing Academy specific thing, but there's a lot of like, it should really only start counting scratch scores when there's like something to discuss. There should be a gross total, and yeah, that's why I have a little spreadsheet for keeping an eye on things and giving mid-race extrapolations as to how the championship is going, who's got it, and particularly in the final races of the season, or final 2 races of the season, a lot of, here's who's going to win the championship, here's who can still win the championship, here's who cannot win the championship, here are the requirements, the must-haves for someone to win the championship. I think it was, I want to say 2 seasons ago. The Bronze Championship had so many permutations to go through. We went to the final round with like the Iron Championship was wrapped up, the Silver Championship was wrapped up, but the Bronze Championship had like, I don't know, 7 different candidates still at the final round. It's like, oh boy, well, here's what happens if this person wins. Here's what happens if this person wins. If this person wins, this person needs to finish 4th or lower. Afraid I don't know enough about the point system for the Enduro to really comment on that, other than after taking second in the first 2 rounds, the 751 car will be leading the championship by a healthy margin. They already were up a fair bit, and they'll be taking it home a little bit further. The 181 car, which is their biggest rival, is in 3rd place. That is the Reptile Racing car, currently driven by Pascal Rodel. So they will be behind them once again. This is their best race. They have been 4th and 7th, and now 3rd, by the looks of it here, with 5 minutes and change to go. As for the 869 car, if I recall correctly, this is their debut. Yes. Speed Boys in their debut. So the closest we got is this battle between Ferreira and Jaw, which is 5.5 seconds apart, with 3 laps on the table. Last time around, Ferreira was the slower of the 2 by 1.5 seconds. I do see that Jaw has an illegal lap right now, so that may suggest they've gone off and that there's some ground to be made up here. In fact, there definitely is, because the gap has gone down from 5.5, as I was talking, to 3.8. So 1.7 seconds taken off. Must have been a reasonably large mistake by the French driver in the number 68 car. Time running down, about 2 laps to go. We'll get to 167, maybe 168 here today. Just depends on where Peterson actually crosses the line. Probably not though. He's on lap 166. He's 30 plus seconds into the lap. Yeah, no, he'll be when he crosses the line, it'll be last lap. So 167 it will be. Although only 2 other people. Oh, we got pit stops. Yeah, Dreisler is in from 8th place. Does Lucasen have a chance? Maybe. Maybe. Somebody else was in the pit lane. It's gonna be. Oh, it's drive-through. Yeah, he'll come out ahead of Lucasen then. By like 20 seconds.
Right, man. Leader's on the
There we go.
final lap.
Last
Give it all
lap.
you can.
Lap 167, last lap. We're to follow Christopherson or Pedersen home, unless something kicks off, I guess. But I don't think it will. And if that's a caster's curse, I'll take it. I'll take mayhem. I'm not opposed. Fahey is about to hit his maximum in 12 seconds. Majorca having a little bit of mistake. I don't know. Oh, drive through for Fahey. I wonder if that's for over exceeding your stint limit. Because he has. The timing's right. Just went over 55 minutes. Was catching Jaw quite rapidly. I don't know what's up with Jaw. If Jaw has to... Well, no. Like, to be honest, Jaw's not putting up, like, terrible lap times. I don't know what's up. Let's have a look. Did a 208.112 last time, or 150 last time around, which is damn close to his fastest lap. It's a bit weird.
The leader has finished the race.
And your winner is the 751 entry of Christoph Peterson and Darius. I'm gonna give it a shot again here. Shimoluski. In second place, although not across the checkered flag yet, will be the 869 of Amarul Nam and Nicholas Correa. And a disqualification coming up from Majorca here at the end of the race. Ouch. That hurts. Across the line. Third place will belong to Pascal Rodel and Heiko Dragon in the 181 Ferrari. Just wait for the checkered flag to come down on that. It'll be a bit. Team Latvia and David Roth. Taking fourth place, that's Ernest Limburgs, Roland Parax, Paul Scrivaris, and David Roth. In fifth place, we have Florian van de Haas and Remy Cabs. In sixth place, we have Christian Fengler and Martin Spitzer. Seventh, Darren Christie, Matt Ailing, and Daniel Matsuhima. In eighth place, we have Jan Derschel and Tobias Hartmann. Ninth, we'll go to Thomas Hagen, Fabio Vieiro, and Sebastian Lucassen. And then it's the French team. Oh, maybe not. He's got Fahey all over the back of him. This may yet be up for grabs. And across the line they go. Indeed, 10th place for Oral Jha and Cedric Muir. The Veas take 11th. Ulrich de Jaeger and Gerhard Pretorius 12th. Nathan Warren and the Policots 13th. Shannon Murasanu, Matthias Wiedemann, Matthew East, and Sean Young. Lucas Gilbert. And then it is Silas Setj, Flung Hund, Hans Martin Barham, and Conrad Kuhn. And at the back of the pack, Sif BM, Alejandro Mayorga, and Bomar Mustafa. All right, everybody. That'll be all for me. I'm going to go have a nap, and I will see you guys tomorrow.